Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Happy Wednesday. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. We got Maura behind the glass. Charles is with us today as well. It's going to be a great day, Charlie. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's already off to a great start.
I mean, you were here with so much time. I didn't really know what to do. It was a little uncomfortable. I'm like, why are you here so early?
I'm knocking on the door like, hey, someone going to let me in?
So, yeah, you're here. You're ready to go. You were telling me you're getting acclimated now to the schedule, which is kind of terrifying.
I know.
You don't want to get too used to it.
Dare I say I feel my best today?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Takes that midweek kick to really get moving. What if now you just start randomly waking up and just, even after this week is done, because we're going to have one more day here. We're all off on Friday. No shows for our station on Friday. What if you, like, next Monday are just like, oh, should be waking up. It's 4 a.m. And you're just kind of putzing around the house and bothering everyone because you're up and ready to go.
Yeah, well, I think it inadvertently has maybe shifted my workout schedule. So, wake up, work out, and start the day.
Wait, you work out before?
No, I think because of this,
oh,
right?
Okay.
It has caused me to wake up earlier than I normally would have.
Yeah.
Which I'm cool with, right? I love doing this. It's great hanging out with you these last
It's fantastic. Maura knows I love to wake up early, get the Wordle out of the way. We won't talk about yesterday. It did not go well.
I've been getting up this early for work for years, and I still go right back to sleeping in whenever I have the chance. It does not change my schedule.
Yeah? All right. Well, we'll see if we get there. A Salk 4-hour nap does sound nice. I am going to say. It's finally hitting. So I think maybe 10:02 the nap will commence.
Yeah, I feel like naps just... they're a rarity. What adult is taking naps these days?
It's a good way to put it.
Michael Salk.
What adult is taking naps? And
it's good weather for it. It's July 1st, and I turned my heater on the way in this morning.
Really?
Oh,
this is perfect. Like,
wasn't there snow in Montana or something
weather
recently?
Really?
Yeah.
That makes sense. That tracks.
Right, in July, though?
Yeah. It's Montana.
It's Montana.
Some crazy things. I mean, Justin's from there. He loves
cool.
pickles. Oh, he's great, but he's very Montana. I think he would love snow in
Have
the
you
summer.
been to Montana?
No, that's one of the few states I've never been to, actually.
Okay.
Mariners had a great win. We'll talk about that. We have plenty of time to talk about it. This is more important. Okay, what's your state count? Have you tracked that, or do you know off the top of your head the ones you haven't been to? Mine is pretty high. There are only a few, but they are looming large because I feel bad I haven't been to these states yet.
I think that my state count is... I have 5 left.
Okay. Yeah, I either have 5 or 6. So I definitely haven't been to New Hampshire.
Okay.
And Maine.
Okay.
So I think I have 6. So there's 2 in little pockets. New Hampshire and Maine.
You can knock those out in within an hour.
Yeah,
of
right.
each other.
You literally drive from Boston.
Not living here anymore.
No, I'm
not
just
too
saying.
easy,
Yeah, growing up there, we drove from Massachusetts to New Hampshire to Maine in a couple of hours.
Yeah, you drive through New Hampshire to get to Maine.
Right.
So you'd knock it out in.
So yeah, if you're up there, but if you're on your way there, on the route to nowhere, just all the way over there. Yeah.
So what are the other ones?
On the same vein, Montana.
Yep.
Sorry, Justin. I feel ashamed about that. South Dakota, North Dakota, because why? You'd have to be there, and Alaska.
Okay, we have a few similarities.
Yeah.
Dakotas, I've never been. I have also never been to Wyoming.
Oh, yep. There's another one.
Okay.
All right.
Haven't
That's
been
7 now.
to Wisconsin.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
No, I have.
Oh,
I take that
come
back. In
on.
the minor leagues. I was there
okay.
in the minor leagues. That's one of the few big league stadiums I didn't make it to. Was Milwaukee, Alaska as well, and is that it? Maybe Oklahoma. I don't know if I've been to Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's kind of random. It's there. I went for sports. So,
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will tell you what's cool. So one of our colleagues here, Zach Harrith, was just up in Alaska, and he was there at a great time because they do this really cool tradition around solstice, around the longest day of the year. It's called the Midnight Sun Game.
I know.
So
cool.
Yeah. They begin play at like 10:40 at night, and then they will just play right there till it ends at 2 a.m. or so.
So if you were going to go to Alaska, is that the time you want to go?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Are you going in the winter to Alaska?
Well, so for me, I kind of want to go in the winter, strictly for the Aurora Borealis.
All right.
I want to see
I feel like
vibrant
you don't
northern
have to
lights.
go to Alaska to see that. I mean, you can see it around here places.
Not
get
nearly
up-
as good.
You can get up in
you
the-
could last time. I
Yeah.
thought I
Not
only see it through
nearly
my
as good.
phone.
You get up out there a little bit further north. You don't have to go all the way to Alaska. But I admire that.
Well, I want to go to Alaska. It's not like it's like, oh no, I have to go to Alaska.
That's a good point.
You know,
I
it's
think
like
it's on a different scale there too.
yeah,
All right, well,
totally. Thank you, Maura.
If anyone has been to a Dakota, please chime in. But we're going to talk about this Mariners team a lot today because they did pick up a series win. Will Bob Nightengale join us at 8:30? We are getting back to that game that Charlie didn't like. I called it a game, but the activity or exercise, which is better at 8. We had a handful of topics we didn't get to yet.
Okay.
So we have to get to it. And then Maura, do you want to kind of break it down for Charlie, his big role today to close out the show? You have been installed as an important advisor on this show.
Oh yeah, you get to be the trash master, as Salk calls it.
Do you want to name?
It actually started because we wanted to do trash takes and find like the worst sports takes of the week. But it was decided that Salk has some of the trashiest takes, so he wasn't allowed to participate. He had to instead just judge the ones that we found.
So because his ideas were so bad, he got banned from the game?
Yeah, we just didn't think the listeners would take that seriously. So he instead, when Lyle was here, Lyle and Brock and I would all come up with them. Now it's just Brock and I. And yeah, then Salk designates a winner for Trash Take of the Week. We have a hat if you'd like to wear
Wait,
it.
really?
Okay.
We have
The
an
listener
actual
sent it.
prize.
No,
Wow.
the Trash Master just wears the hat while they're judging, but
Okay.
a listener sent it in, and Salk's just kind of gone away from it. He won't wear the hat anymore.
Well, Charlie already has a hat on.
Well,
but-
I'd happily change out the hat
Thank
for
you.
the
Way to-
trash
way to
master
play
hat.
along.
Well,
All right.
if you didn't
Great
know,
team player.
I used to be a trash man
Really?
back
Oh,
in
wow.
back in the
The
day.
things we learn here. All right,
Yeah.
6 a.m.
So
No, please explain more.
yeah, in high school, summer job, at the time I was actually a dishwasher at a seafood restaurant, and then one of my friends' dad was working for the city, and he was like, "Hey, we need some help on the trash routes." And sure enough, me and my friend decided to pick up the trash route job, and I was literally, this is like at the time before the city switched over to the automatic trash trucks. So like where now it just some claw comes and picks up the bin. There used to be 2 dudes riding on the back.
Yeah,
That was
jumping out,
That was me.
hauling 'em.
I honestly, it was an incredibly humbling job, and I was also paid pretty good as a
I
high
heard
school
they are.
kid.
I heard trash people are paid
Because
very
like
well.
Monday and Tuesday we had, and the other thing, you get to know
As
your
they should be.
Yeah.
you get to know your city like incredibly well. Like you know every route. So as a high school kid, it was kind of like fun just to see parts of my city I didn't know. But on Monday and Tuesday, I would get paid. I think it was like 7 to 3 or 7 to 4 or something like that. But on Monday and Tuesday, we'd be done by like 10:30 in the morning.
Nice.
So it's like boom,
Yeah.
let's peace out, go to the beach, hang out. But then Wednesday and Friday, those are the routes where you problems of a trash man. You know what happens? The trash truck gets full. You have to go to the dump, then dump it, and then hop back on the route. Those are the days you're working overtime till like 7 o'clock.
Okay.
And man, oh man, you find some gnarly stuff in the trash. But you also find some good stuff in the trash.
You're like, hey, I better not slack on my baseball career because I don't want those Wednesdays and Fridays.
And then and weirdly gave me a little workout as well because those bins are heavy, man. You know, you used to have to lift them, throw them over, and you do that 150 times or whatever it is.
People do that for workouts, like the kettlebell workouts.
Yeah,
You're
so-
throwing the ball.
Yeah. So maybe that was a reason why I made it, and I got stronger due to the trash truck.
Maura, we kind of unwittingly landed on the literal perfect trash master.
Exactly.
That's right.
So you are going to do that at 9:45. Maura and I have found trash takes, and you, knowing trash very well, will judge who has the worst take.
Can
So
I be
that-
the master of trash?
Sure. Can he change the
that-
title? All right. You can be
You might
the
have to
master
just come
of
in on
trash.
Wednesdays now, and Salk is out.
Okay.
We have a lot of texts coming in about nature and the Dakotas. Also, this text that proves me right, so I like it. 360 says, my mom and sister flew to Alaska to see the Northern Lights. They saw them and loved them. Then they happened down here a year later. Unfortunately, they said it happened to be much bigger and brighter here. Okay. Alaska. You can save it till the
Well,
summer.
where is here?
Here. The Seattle area. 360 area
Okay.
code.
Well, if it means anything, the couple, whatever it
greater
was, I did see him from my house
Seattle,
the other.
Washington area.
I'll show you a picture on the break, and you'll go, "Wow, they did come down
Right.
to Seattle."
We have the Northern Lights at
Yeah,
home.
but it's
so-
rare. It's not as common.
That's
you
true.
know.
All right.
So I'm going for the guarantee.
Okay, it's true. Good point. Good point. All right. Well, we did a lot of Mariners talk there, but we will have plenty of time to get to that. There was something that Bryan Woo did yesterday that was historic. He made history last night. We'll talk to you about that and keep you updated on everything else you need to know. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do?
The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents wisdom from the road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Sports fans, you don't have to be a pro athlete to feel like a champion. At Emerald City Athletics, our Champions Training Program delivers faster, smarter fitness results for every age, every level, every body. And right now, you can try ECA free for 29 days. Boost your energy, build your confidence, become the champion of your life at ECA. Voted best in the Pacific Northwest. Try 29 days free and join for as low as $22 a month. Emerald City Athletics, smarter fitness, real results, champion energy for all.
The Mariners are all about giving you more baseball for your buck. With Mariners Value Games, you can score seats for less than $12 on select dates all season long. Plus, be sure to check out the biggest ever value menu and beer lineup. Available every game and featuring 36 items. From ballpark classics like hot dogs, nachos, and refillable sodas to canned brews starting at just $5. Go to mariners.com/value to grab your value game tickets and check out the full slate of value options at T-Mobile Park.
Dino was suffering from a rotator cuff tear in his right shoulder.
Part of the pain is like taking off my shirt. I couldn't even really button my pants. I could actually qualify for a shoulder replacement if I wanted to go that route.
He chose to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
I heard the commercials for Dr. Wagner. I did my research. I thought about surgery, but the recovery time was so long. I didn't want to have to be in a sling. I want to be able to retire in a few months, get back to bike riding and playing golf without any pain in my shoulder.
Dino knew from experience that stem cell therapy works. Dr. Wagner had already helped him recover from osteoarthritis in his thumb, but he's not done yet.
And now 2 years later, I'm having an issue with my left shoulder, so I've got it scheduled, and I'm going to go back to see Dr. Wagner again because it was so successful.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000. Use code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Need a lift? Levitt Machinery is now your authorized JCB dealer in Washington and Oregon. From telehandlers to track and wheel loaders to excavators. JCB equipment is built to work as hard as you do. Whether you buy, rent, or lease, Levitt Machinery is here to support you. With expert service and local parts in stock, LevittMachinery.com. Talk to Levitt Machinery today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
The Mariners won their 8th straight home game over the Angels last night. Had 2 big offensive innings and then some history from Bryan Woo.
The 1-1 from Woo. Swung on, lifted, left field. Robles barely has to move. He's right there. He makes the catch. And Bryan Woo dominant at home again. 6 scoreless against the Angels. He's gone 32 consecutive innings without allowing a run at T-Mobile Park. Amazing. Sensational. Bryan Woo does it again here at T-Mobile Park. What a great night. And a long run of great nights here at home.
Yeah, Charlie, turns out it was historic as well. I mean, we knew the home scoreless streak was impressive, but that is the longest scoreless streak in T-Mobile Park history, topping Felix, who had 30.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just showed you how good this guy is. And yeah, there have been some splits going on that maybe are just weird, but this dude is an absolute stud. We saw it last year, and now we're continuing to see it this year. And keep giving him the ball at home, and I think the Mariners are going to be pretty happy.
Jamie Moyer also had 30 scoreless innings at T-Mobile Park, so Woo tops that, but you have to specify it's T-Mobile Park history, because then we also learned, I had no idea about these records until last night, and, you find terrific stats.
Okay.
Mariners PR staff put that out there. The longest home scoreless stretch in Mariners history would be Mark Langston, 37 King Domeless scored upon innings in 1988. So the Mariners record, Mark Langston back in the Kingdome in 1988. There you go. Now, outside of that, last night, hey, the offense, they were kind of the story in that one. Put together a balanced offensive attack, 12 singles and a double, 13 hits, 12 of them singles. The 8 runs they scored without a home run are the most since September 25th, 2022. If that date doesn't mean anything to you, I'm happy for you. I shudder at that date because that game, in fact, was one where they scored 12 runs, the most they've ever scored, or since then without a home run. They lost 13-12 to the Royals. Was I sitting in this very chair doing postgame? Yes, I was. And that was one we will never forget because they were rolling along up 11-2 and they lost 13-12. But all right, now the Mariners have scored another handful of runs without hitting a home run, and they did it in winning fashion. So they get the win there. They get the series win. We've talked about this. No game today. Kind of a strange little off day in between. Do you think that helps one team or another? Is it a non-factor? Or how could that benefit the Mariners, I guess, having this off day in the middle of the series?
Well, I think just having an off day after the stretch they've had. It's been a long season so far, and they've had some ups and downs. So I think having a chance to have an off day at home is another thing that is nice, right? You're at home. You can spend some time with your family and kids, or rest up and do whatever. So it's really nice to have that, and knowing that you've already won the series as well. It just, can't be more happy with the result thus far.
Yeah, so Bryce Miller gets the ball 6:40 on Thursday, which I guess is tomorrow now. At this point, 5:30 pregame coverage for the final game of that series.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
It's kind of tough, though, right now for the Mariners, Charlie. They have not made up ground in the AL West. They fell out of first place over the weekend. They're still stuck there, half game behind the Rangers. Texas has won 6 straight, so they have started to kind of turn it on a little bit. They did get some injury news. This was a strange situation. Corey Seager was in the lineup. He was literally standing on the dugout steps. He was batting third for the Rangers last night. And before he went up there for his first at bat, started to feel discomfort in his back. He was pulled. So he was scratched literally minutes before he was set to take his first at bat. He's dealing with that. He also missed 19 games this season due to lower back inflammation. So I guess something to potentially watch for both these teams. And now it looks like it's going to be a close division race for the next couple months.
Yeah, it's going to be that way the rest of the season. I think just seeing how everyone else is performing in the division and where the Mariners are. And yeah, it's right, like we said yesterday, it's right in front of you. And at the end of the day, the Mariners know how much fun and how much easier in one way it is to win your division and then get in the playoffs that way than it is to do the wild card thing. So I think that's the whole goal right now, is to continue to push forward and win that AL West.
Well, one more thing to watch, and not that he's had a great season, but with the Blue Jays in town beginning on Friday, this is kind of noteworthy. Vlad Guerrero Jr. scratched before their game last night due to back tightness. Even if he hasn't had a great season, I think we all remember how impactful he was in the postseason. If he's not playing this weekend here at T-Mobile Park, that's a huge difference.
Huge. I mean, I think that's what's so nice in one way, is you come off this really kind of tough road trip, and then you come back and you get a nice little, in theory, right, layup with the Angels, and then now a banged-up Blue Jays offense as well. So it just is setting yourself up for getting yourself back on track so that you can really take off in the second half.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, this is the big night, the true reason why Mike Salk isn't here. The U.S. men's national team begins its run through the knockout rounds tonight. Salk has his face painted. He's there. He's going to the game. That part is probably not true. We will never know for sure. But the U.S. team does begin its run through the knockout round tonight at 5 p.m. against Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now, the U.S. is looking for its first win in the knockout round since 2002, and Taylor Twellman was breaking down their chances.
You just need to take care of business. If you beat Bosnia in a similar type of fashion, not the scoreline, but fashion that you beat Paraguay in, momentum builds. And if you play Senegal or Belgium, now all of a sudden that home field in Seattle becomes that much greater. And so now there's belief within the group. And then you get to the quarterfinal, and you're playing against Spain, where everyone in the world thinks you're losing that game. That is sometimes when Americans are at their best. Yeah. And that's a position you want to be in. At home, as the biggest underdog in World Cup history, Rich, I'll take that. But you got to win 2 games to get there, and they've got a big one tomorrow night.
So, yeah, that was on with Rich Eisen. But that is the big thing, because the U.S. can come back here. And I think it was a near consensus. It was a consensus. I don't think anyone, after watching that match against Australia, thought, wow, wait, there's a better atmosphere for soccer for the U.S. national team than Seattle. So if they win, they're playing here on July 6th against the winner of actually the match taking place here tonight, Belgium and Senegal.
Well, it's great what Twellman's saying, but one game at a time.
One game at a time, that's right.
It's like, let's not worry about the next few, matchups. It's like, just take care of tonight, So that's the only thing that you can control.
I want a full scouting.
A baseball player.
Yeah, I want a full scouting strategy on Bosnia and Herzegovina from you by 9:30. Okay. Can you deliver that?
Yeah.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
That's okay. I like that, tactical advice. One game at a time. That's our message to the U.S. men's national team tonight.
But that's all you can do, right? I think, that's where, as an athlete, as a team, if you get caught up in thinking that you're going to advance before it actually happens, that's when things go south. I mean, just look at what happened, in the last game USA played. They lost right at the end. Mm-hmm. So it's like, what does Cal say? You got to play 9 innings. So we got to play 90 minutes.
All right. And some more, maybe, because that weird stoppage.
Exactly.
One more thing you need to know. Shane Waldron, he is not only around still, he was promoted in Jacksonville. He's now the assistant head coach and passing game coordinator for the Jaguars. That is everything you need to know here early on a Wednesday morning. An off day for the Mariners because of the World Cup match here in Seattle. But a lot happening with this team, especially with the trade deadline just over a month away. We're going to get some insight about that and some potential moves the Mariners could make from ESPN's Jeff Passan. He joins us next here, Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Over the next week or two, one of the things that I'm going to be watching for is going to be slugging, but in particular, where that slug is coming from.
What am I looking for? Just winning. To me, that means that Cal has to contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Cal doesn't contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Julio doesn't look good.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Brock Ewert here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. We know this, Shannon. When the weather warms, our baseball team's bats usually get a little hotter. We also know that maybe we've been sitting around and we try to crank things to 100 and our bodies don't quite react. As the weather gets warmer, do you see more folks at IRG?
Absolutely, Brock. You know, you just mentioned it. As the weather warms up, people think they need to get outside, which is great. But sometimes they get outside, they start too fast, too quick, and they don't warm up. They don't stretch. They don't do preparation. If you find yourself in that situation where maybe you overdid it, you're hurt, you got a bruise, a bump, an ache, get a hold of us at IRG PT. We'll do a free injury screening, and we'll give you some guidance, some recommendations to keep you on your path of healthy function, pain-free activity.
How cool is that? A free screening for you and no referral needed. Just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit IRGPT.com and schedule your appointment today. Over 40 convenient locations. IRG's in your neighborhood. IRGPT.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on the select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Pros, save more on what you need to get the job done right now at Lowe's. Get 15% off select custom entry and interior doors. Plus, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit, now just $169. And at the Lowe's Pro Desk, bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best? Why Seattle and Seattle Sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day for baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. Case in point, your ticket might be for the view level, but it's more like Skyline City. Up here, it's hard to say what'll take your breath away first. The gorgeous Seattle sunsets or the spectacular views of every incredible play. If you like value with the view, it's the perfect place to take quality time with the family to a whole new level. Literally.
A bases clearing, 3-run double. Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Join the Mariners for 4th of July weekend at T-Mobile Park as the team squares off against the Blue Jays. The fun gets started Friday with a fireworks night presented by T-Mobile. Then celebrate the 4th on Saturday with a patriotic bucket hat. Available to the first 10,000 fans thanks to Coca-Cola. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
All right, we've obliged the first part of that. We've found a way to shut up Salk. He's not here. And Mike Lefko, Charlie Furbush here with you. Please be joined now by ESPN's Jeff Passan. Jeff, Charlie is also very excited to speak with you. I heard last week that you were excited to talk to him as well. So I'm happy to make the connection here. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Oh, my God. This is an honor. Charlie, how are you?
Oh, fantastic. How are you today?
I mean, I'm great. Your trade has been on my mind and living in my head rent-free for like 15 years now. So ever since then, when anyone asks me, what's your favorite trade ever? Pfister for Furbush. Every time.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And then, as we were saying earlier, if that trade didn't happen, I wouldn't be sitting here right now today talking with you.
We never know like where life's going to take us. So, man,
it's like
baseball's a weird game. You might have not been intertwined with Doug Pfister, but who knows what sort of other inappropriate trades there might have been.
I was going to say, Jeff, you had a tweet from years ago. I don't think I can mention this on air, but you found a name that might have passed Charlie in that trade. So I would direct people to search Jeff Passan funniest name trades. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Here's the thing. I think I do, but I'm forgetting which one specifically it is because I know there was another contender, and I think this one involved a prospect whose name I'm blanking on right now.
So it's July 31st, 2013. You said, never thought I'd say this, but the Pfister for Furbush trade is no longer the funniest ever. Bud for blank, I'm not going to say that word, and a hater. You are the winner.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this was before it was Bud Norris. It was Josh Hader. Oh, my God. Who was the other one?
He has a name that's a gardening tool.
Oh. Yeah. Was it the hoe?
Yeah. There we go. Sorry, Charlie.
That's right. LJ Hose. That's what it was.
Gosh. You don't have the best name trade anymore. No, I'm sorry.
Well, it's all right. We're still in the top 5.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I mean, if you want to, so Jeff, we actually were curious. So Charlie has a great story that he's going to tell you about his perspective of that when he was traded. So we're curious about. You don't have to reveal industry secrets, but just kind of how trades get kind of processed and broken to you, because Charlie, your side of the story of finding out is dramatically different than what you'd expect from a player getting traded.
Right, and how I typically seen trades go down, and inside that clubhouse, you get called into the manager's office and presented with the trade. But this lovely trade deadline back in 2011, I was sitting in my apartment in Detroit, and we had the rare 4 p.m. start that day. And sure enough, I woke up at 9, turned on MLB Network, as most big league players do, and having a coffee, watching TV for 5 minutes, and boom, breaking news. Oh, God, what's going on? Oh, trade with the Tigers. Oh, Pfister to the Tigers. For who? Oh, my gosh, me? I am traded? So I'm sitting in my apartment thinking, no way I just got traded. Of course, I hop on the phone with my agent and said, oh, well, you must know about this. He goes, I haven't heard of, I haven't heard a trade yet. I was like, oh my gosh, maybe it's a speculative deal. So of course I get my stuff together, get into the field, and I'm in Comerica for what feels like 30 seconds. And I can just tell, like, everyone's looking at me like, oh, there it is. And sure enough, they called into the office, and it's Jim Leland and Dave Dombrowski. And, we love you, man. This is great, but this is part of the business. You got a flight at 7 o'clock tonight. And I was just like, what? Oh. So what a whirlwind. But, I'm curious from your side of things, Jeff, like, when do these things get leaked to you, and how do you, like, find out before a player?
Oh, man. It happens too often, honestly, and I'll get a sense that something is going down, and because I'm going to call this the Furbush rule now.
All right,
but
there we go.
My standard operating procedure is if a player does not know that he's been traded, and I know that he does not know he's been traded, then I will not put it out there, because I think it's kind of messed up for someone to learn from the media that their life is in the midst of being flipped upside down, because that's what the trade deadline is, right? Like, sure. You need to go not just to a new employer in a new city. You have to move. You have to essentially break up friendships that you've developed through however many years you've been with the organization, and start completely from scratch and walk into a new clubhouse with a bunch of people you might not know and have to get along on the fly. Like, all of it is a really, really difficult thing. And as a media member, there are going to be times where things that I write or things that I say are going to bother people. Like, I just understand that. It's part of the job. It's not something I delight in doing. It's not something I relish, but I understand, like, to do the job right, that's part of it. This is not one of those scenarios, though, where somebody has put himself in a position to be written or spoken about. It's something that's happened to him. And so because of that, I try to be as respectful as I possibly can. That being said, the trade deadline is a completely different animal. And the way that I approach that is the majority of players who are getting dealt at least have a decent sense, or have run through their minds at that point that it's a possibility. So it's not quite the same shock that it might be otherwise. I still, as best I can, try to do that, but especially on deadline day when, there are 15, 20 trades happening essentially at the same time, it's a little bit trickier to find that balance.
All right, Jeff, well, because we're rapidly hurtling towards this trade deadline, for the Mariners, we've kind of isolated, and I'm sure you're well aware coming on this show every week, hey, they could use a right-handed bat, they could use some bullpen help, but with all these teams in contention, how costly is it going to be for the Mariners to accomplish their goals at the trade deadline?
It's a great question, and I think it's why this trade deadline is going to break as late as it is. I just think there are too many teams right now that still don't really know what they are in the grand scheme of things, and aren't going to be willing until the pressure of the deadline comes, until the exigency is there. They're not going to know what they want to do. I don't think that's indecisiveness or anything. Let's use the Mariners, for example. The Mariners right now, the question they need to ask themselves is, are we good enough to push? Are we good enough to be paying retail in this market where there are going to be so many teams that are in it that the prices, I would assume, are going to be pretty high? And, this Mariners team, we're more than halfway through the season right now, and this has been a 500 team, like as simple as that, as average as you can possibly get. And is that a team where giving up a prospect to go chase something this year is worth it? I think you can make the argument for the Mariners that it is, and the argument is that we can pitch with anyone, and if we can pitch with anyone, we're going to be in games, and if we're in games in a league as wide open as the American League right now, where the best team is clearly the New York Yankees, and they just got swept for 4 games by one of the worst teams in the Boston Red Sox this week. If that can happen, then surely we should absolutely push on this season. But at the same time, if you're Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander, you also have to ask yourself, has this team earned us pushing this season? Like, does it really make sense after the lack of what this team had shown us to continue on and give up future value? Or do we just not pack it in this year, but maybe not operate as aggressively as we might, because we might be, putting good money into a lemon? Because to this point, guys, that's what the Mariners have been. They've been a lemon. They haven't looked anything like what we expected when the season began.
Yeah, and obviously when you go back into last year at the deadline, they did make some moves I think they typically wouldn't have made in acquiring Geno Suarez and Naylor. So, in that, backdrop, would this deadline present any other opportunities to, dramatically improve the roster and dip into that prospect world? And I say, there may be a log jam up the middle with the Mariners with Cole Young and Colt Emerson. So is there a way that they could dip into the prospect world and improve this roster this year, especially knowing that they are one of the best at drafting and developing players?
I mean, that certainly helps, right? When you're trying to decide who to move at the deadline, there are some teams that have thin farm systems that, tend to hoard their prospects because whether it's the financial value and the surplus value that they can bring, or they're concerned that, hey, maybe we actually maybe we can't do this again. That's, it's a normal conversation for teams to have. I think the question with the Red Sox, with the Mariners rather, is more of one like, is it worth it for the inventory that's out there and for the prices that are going to be asked? I still don't know if the Orioles are going to be trading anyone. They've stayed enough in contention that you can argue that they should hold on to what they've got right now. But if they do move Guy Taylor Ward, right-handed bat, gets on base a lot, has some power, it seems to be a pretty good candidate. A guy like Seiya Suzuki. I don't know that the Cubs are going to move him, but if they need pitching, the Mariners are a pretty pitching-rich organization. Would it make sense to, even though Seiya Suzuki is a free agent going forward, would it make sense to swap maybe a pitcher for Seiya Suzuki? There are opportunities there for the Mariners to improve their team right now. But I almost wonder if they would want to make it the sort of improvement that doesn't cost them prospects, because at least at that point you can turn around and argue, okay, well, if this isn't going to be costing us prospects for the future, then we're not going to be dinging ourselves too badly. And hey, this is like our lottery ticket that we're buying for this year, and maybe this team gets hot.
The voice, ESPN, Jeff Passan with us talking all things MLB here on Brock and Salk. Jeff, speaking of maybe some rotation logjam and confusion, this piggyback situation that continues to be at the forefront of the news cycle for the Mariners, they went away from it on Saturday. It was going to be Logan Gilbert and Emerson Hancock. Now they're unpiggied or unbacked or whatever you want to describe that as. I don't know. I need a term for unpiggybacking and not piggybacking anymore. But now it's just kind of floating out there. How do you see this situation resolving itself?
Yeah, I guess the term for not piggybacking is walking. That's
sure.
It's not very exciting. I don't know. I don't think it should have been in this situation to begin with. I think they were trying, frankly, to solve for everything. And it's left them in this spot now where they're not coming through on plans. And look, as long as the rotation members are okay with it, I can't sit here and quibble too much about it. I don't mind a team showing flexibility and saying, even though this was our plan, things have changed, and we want to be nimble in real time. So just generally speaking, like Logan Gilbert going longer in a game and Emerson Hancock starting like he normally does, I don't think that's inherently a bad thing. But they keep saying, we're going to finish this thing up. What changes after the All-Star break? Like, what actually changes? There's nothing that's any different right now. So, and there's not going to be anything seemingly different then. They could just be kicking the can down the road on this and figuring it's going to resolve itself at one point or another, and biding their time until Kate Anderson and potentially Ryan Sloan are ready to give them the backup that they would need were there to be an injury. But the Mariners have a lot of depth right now, and trading from that depth could be the thing that gets them the piece they want.
I couldn't agree more. Now, as we shift to the offense, that's kind of been, I'd say, the main issue in terms of what's going on this last month. They've definitely lacking the slug. That's seemingly been their bread and butter. They've hit the ball over the fence a long ways these last year or so. But this month it isn't happening, especially coming off a huge May with Julio Rodriguez. Now, as we shift into July, is there a way, or is this just something naturally that happens in the summer where the bats heat up and slugging suddenly shows up? It's certainly something of concern, but have you seen anything from, the core guys, the Cal, Julio, Naylor, Randy, that has shown you why they're not slugging?
Anything specifically to each of them? I mean, Cal Raleigh at this point, it's nice that he's taking walks, but they moved him down in the lineup because he's not slugging. And this team, I think, is going to go at the end of the day as far as its ability to hit the ball over the fence. And when in the month of June, your two best home run hitting players are Dominic Canzone and Cole Young, there might be a problem hitting the ball over the fence. And listen, both of those guys, they're really good players, I think. If you're going to look at them as the context of, in Canzone's case, a guy who hits 5 or 6, and Cole Young's case, a guy who hits more toward the bottom of the lineup, or maybe eventually at the very top, just because Cole Young doesn't ever strike out. But those are not your boppers. Those are not your sluggers. Those are not the guys who are getting paid $20+ million a year like Cal Raleigh and Josh Naylor's in that vicinity, and Randy Arozarena is going to be, and Julio Rodriguez as well. Those are the guys who need to be your great offensive producers. And when it's Canzone, Young, and Colt Emerson, who have combined for 16 of your 29 home runs, and you've got Randy there with 2, and Naylor there with 3, and Julio there with 2, and Cal there with 1. And I know it's been a short month for Cal Raleigh, but there hasn't been a whole lot of thump all season long. It's going to put a real damper on your offense, and that's where the Mariners find themselves right now.
Hey, Jeff, I know the labor talks are kind of hanging like an ominous cloud over this season, and you reported about some new proposals that MLB put out there recently. The draft one is confusing to me. Can you give us some insight on this? Is this just kind of like a leverage ploy that if the MLBPA says, no, we don't want that, then MLB can take it off the table? But the plan to ban high schoolers from the draft, is that something that we could really see happen moving forward?
Theoretically, sure. I don't understand the problem that it solves. And in situations like this, isn't that what you're looking for? Like when you're doing labor discussions, the conversations that should be had are about the problems that are in the game right now. Mm-hmm. And I don't know anybody who watches baseball who says, they really should get rid of high schoolers out of the draft. I think if it were like the NFL, where there's no professional development system, or even the NBA, and you can talk about the G League, but it's a shadow of what minor league baseball is to MLB, then you might be able to make that kind of an argument. But I think the emergence of guys like Connor Griffin and Colt Emerson this season would suggest that players are coming into the minor leagues as knowledgeable and prepared for big league style baseball, or at least for pro baseball, as they've ever been before. And that the idea that you're going to farm off all of development at ages like 18 and 19 on colleges that development is not their priority. Like, head coaches at colleges want to win. So the idea that they're going to do your development for you and you're going to get to wait a couple of years essentially to pay guys until they get into your system, I don't know. I just think the logic is a little bit specious. And if you talk with organizations and you talk with baseball operations people, none of them want this to happen. They understand that players do get more physical, and especially when they go to like SEC or ACC schools, they do see better pitching than they have out of high school. But we're not talking about a huge population of players here that would be banned from the draft. And so I just think that a lot of this is a play to make the 26 and 27-year-old free agents who have gotten enormous contracts in the past a relic. And all of this, everything that's done in collective bargaining is an effort by Major League Baseball to bring down its costs and its spend, and everything done by the MLBPA is an effort to get players paid more.
That is exactly it. Now, as optimistic as I am about this Mariners team and where they're at, because I still I'm in full belief that they just haven't peaked yet, and that's not a bad thing. You kind of want to wait to peak towards the end of the year, but is this team and this roster, maybe a move or two away, but are they legitimate World Series contenders?
Yeah, I think they are. I despite the fact that they're at 586 games into the season, when people ask me who the most dangerous teams in the American League are, I say the Yankees and the Mariners. And maybe I need to start giving a little bit more respect to the Rays, because they have sustained this thing, and they actually have a game and a half lead on the Yankees at this point. But I am not out on the Mariners, and I'm not sure I'm going to be, honestly, until they're out of the playoff picture. And I look at Texas right now, and man, they are banged up. And I look at the rest of the American League West with the A's, and I think to myself, none of these teams is better than the Mariners. Like, that's the thing about it. I don't think the Astros are better than the Mariners. I don't think the A's are better than the Mariners. I don't think the Rangers are better than the Mariners. And it's just, and I think the Mariners themselves feel the same way. It's just a matter of when is the team that maybe not even the team that we expected in spring training this year, but some version of that team. When are they going to show up? Because when they do, I think the Mariners have a chance to be a rocket ship. But here we are approaching July, and that still hasn't happened.
Well, Jeff, this has you want to say goodbye here?
Oh, I have one more thing.
Okay.
To Jeff, I think.
You were
first off,
at me like say goodbye.
Thanks for coming on.
It's been a great honor
Jeff.
for you.
Yeah. But as in the comical sense of your appreciation for the Fister-Furbush trade, it got me thinking, Jeff. Imagine if you and I had gotten traded for each other. The Passan-Furbush trade. I think it's equally as funny.
That's a great point. I've never thought.
I can imagine you probably had a litany of nicknames you had growing up.
No, I didn't have any.
That's true. We gotta find a way to work that in.
Furbush, it just would have been funny.
That's a great way to bring it back. Good way to bring it back together. Well, Jeff, we appreciate it. I know it's not the normal duo, but thanks for taking the time with us. And I think the crew will be back next Tuesday, so all the shenanigans can resume then.
That's a shame. I really enjoyed Passan-Furbush.
Yes, me too.
We did as well. Thank you, Jeff. We really appreciate the time.
Thank you, boys. Have a great day.
All right. That is very entertaining, as always. Jeff Passan, weekly here on Brock and Salk. And you can catch that interview on the YouTube page, the Seattle Sports YouTube page, or if you download podcasts, it's there wherever you get your podcasts, as you have to say. That's kind of like the unspoken thing.
There's multiple places to get it.
Yeah, wherever you get them, you get it there. Go listen to Jeff Passan. Or on our website, the Seattle Sports website. You can click on Brock and Salk. That interview is up there. If you missed any of that conversation with Jeff Passan, go check it out. We got to talk about what the starting pitching has done recently, especially what Bryan Woo did. Mike Lefko, Charlie Furbush here with you. We're going to dive into Bryan Woo's start up next here on Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Over the next week or two. One of the things that I'm going to be watching for is going to be slugging, but in particular, where that slug is coming from.
What am I looking for? Just winning. To me, that means that Cal has to contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Cal doesn't contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Julio doesn't look good.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Progressive knows you've got plenty of things to worry about.
What time does the kids' practice end? How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Smalls here. If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to give you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! We really got to get around to making a new open. We only have 2 days left. I was going to do that. Or I was going to patch something together, throw it on there. Like Charlie Furbush and Mike Lefko. This week only. Nah, we ran out of time. All right, but it is it's Charlie Furbush and Mike Lefko here with you. Just so I could stop explaining every time that it's not Brock nor Salk here this week. Because, you hear their names and you kind of expect, you gear up. I know if you're listening, like, all right, let's hear Salk's voice. No, not here. Not this week.
That's okay.
We're here. We're here to carry you for the rest of the week. Charlie, you're also playing the role of Brock Ewert today, Blue 88s. I don't know if we explained that to you yet, but there you go. Put your Brock impression to the test at 7:45. We're going to ask you 3 football questions now. We're going to ask some baseball questions. I mean, you can pick a sport if you'd like, and I can ask you questions about it. We don't have to do football or baseball. We can do anything. Wimbledon's on right now. I could ask you 3 tennis questions. We'll probably do baseball, though.
I am versatile, so.
Okay. All right, so at 7:45, we will do that with you, Charlie Furbush. You also have been bestowed the great honor of, you've changed the title a little bit, but Master of Trash, right? At 9:45.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to be funny there. I don't know.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
Well, if it's
Trash Master,
your show at 9:45, you're in charge. So you can dub the title however you want. We'll get the hat out here. You'll put it on. You will name yourself whatever you want, and you will judge Mora and my trash takes.
Okay.
That's at 9:45. Bob Nightengale joins us at 8:30. He of USA Today, national MLB writer. So get some good insight on kind of the trade deadline landscape like we talked about with Passan, and then maybe his perception on the Mariners and what this team is right now. 44-43, a game back the Rangers. But it looks like, Charlie, starting to find some semblance of what this pitching staff looked like last year, how dominant they were over the past few seasons, really. When you have all these good starts now, and you get them back to back, and you get a series win, which I don't want to take that for granted. Yes, it's the Angels, but we have seen the Mariners lose to bad teams in this stretch leading up to this. So the fact that they came out there and took advantage, that was great to see. And once again, Bryan Woo set the tone, and we won't know about how he does on the road until he gets back out there and makes a road start again. But from what he's done at home, what stands out about Bryan Woo?
Yeah, he is lights out at home right now, and just another amazing performance last night. And I love that they sent him back out for the 7th to try and went to a career high of pitches last night. I mean, what were we talking about yesterday? The starter may go deeper in the game.
Yeah.
And sure enough, that's what you saw. So just great to see. Only gave up 4 hits. It just tells me that whatever is happening inside of T-Mobile Park when Bryan Woo is pitching, it is clicking on all cylinders. So just a really good repertoire of pitches he deployed last night, and between obviously that fastball and that sinker combination, and then that sweeper there was really having some late life. So I felt like he just continued to keep guys off balance, and just a all around great performance, and the crowd saw it and gave him a little ovation there at the end.
I guess, is that kind of in pairing these two together, because we saw Kirby do something very similar where go deep, got into the eighth. He stayed out there talking about pitch count and stretching out these starters, maybe pushing them even further because they're kind of back in a six-man rotation. And the thing you mentioned about Bryan Woo, the way he utilized some of his secondary pitches, Kirby did that as well the night before. Is this kind of something you think Cal has started to work with these guys? They're like, look, we know you're so fastball dominant. We need to establish your secondaries, then get back to it like Woo did in his final innings. Is that a distinct game plan, maybe because it was the Angels, or just to kind of give these guys a different look moving forward, regardless of what team they're facing?
Yeah, well, I think when you play all these games over the course of many years, you have to kind of make adjustments on how you attack lineups, attack hitters based on history, based on what's working and what's not. And I think what you see, or what we've seen over the last couple of games between Kirby and Woo, is that they're maybe throwing off-speed pitches in times that you wouldn't expect. So what people would call it pitching backwards. And I think there is an immense value in approaching pitching that way, and being more secondary, changeup, curveball, slider, sweeper heavy, splitter heavy, whatever it is. I think it just gives the hitters a different look, and then makes them think, wow, he's doing this differently today. So I have to be now on the fastball, I have to be on the sweeper, and I have to be aware of the splitter, right? So it makes it way more challenging, and if you're willing to break away from the mold of how you've attacked a hitter previously, even if it's worked, it really messes with their time and their approach. They're just like, well, he's not doing what I expect him to do, so now I have to make the adjustment again, and that happens in an at-bat, and that's really hard to make the adjustment when you're getting attacked by a pitcher who's attacking you differently than how you expect. So I thought that both of those guys did a tremendous job of using their pitches when they needed to, and then executing pitches in maybe times where they were down or even in the count.
Yeah, we saw more changeups than I can remember from Woo, and really kind of to neutralize the left-handed hitters. That also kind of led him to some walks, but I do wonder if moving forward, that could be something that helps neutralize these big blow-up innings on the road, where Woo has this one inning, and it just seems to just happen whenever on all of his road starts. Doesn't happen at home, but a guy jumps on a fastball. All of a sudden, there's a home run. Crowd starts to get into it. Home team gets the momentum, and for whatever reason, Bryan Woo just runs into a tough inning. I wonder if establishing these kind of lets Bryan Woo know, all right, look, we're going to need you to get these pitches in this situation on the road. Cal may be laying out the roadmap for his next road start, and I believe that will come up. I don't want to do the math. It's either the final game of the Marlins series or Tampa. He's going to make a road start before the All-Star break. So Bryan Woo, you're going to see him on the road there. And I do wonder if, all right, this is more of the plan of, we know Bryan Woo can be so fastball dominant. A lot of his starts, he is, 55% or like high 50% of fastball usage. It was a little bit lower last night. Four-seamer was just 32%. Still really effective. He got a strikeout on that pitch, but the sweeper is what generated his highest number of strikeouts. Got 3 strikeouts on that sweeper last night.
It's a great pitch. I mean, I think that's where his ability to mix those pitches in, he's always going to have that fastball, and he's always going to be able to kind of dot that in and, front door to a lefty and go high up in the zone to, a lot of different hitters. So, but when you mix in that sweeper off of it, it just makes him so much more effective and hard to pick up and hard to hit, because if you talk to anyone around the league, they look at Bryan Woo's fastball as one of the harder fastballs to hit. For whatever reason, it has that ride, it has that late life, and just when you think you're on it, you swing underneath it and it's by you. So it's one of the more challenging, deceptive fastballs, especially when he's throwing 96, 97. So as a hitter, you're sitting here going, okay, well, I really got to make sure that I'm ready for this heater. But then when he drops in this sweeper back foot, it's just like, oh my gosh, he's got that too. Yeah. Or you throw one, down and away to the righty, and it's just like, okay, I now have to honor a lot of the plate. And I think that's what's hard as a hitter, is being like, okay, well, if I can eliminate one side, knowing this pitcher's going to attack me a certain way. But when Bryan Woo has his full repertoire working, between the sweeper, the fastball, and even the changeup, as you mentioned, it just makes him so much more effective. And I think that as he goes into Miami or Tampa, this next start, everything he took from this start, maybe another just a little tidbit to take into the next one and say, I have all these weapons, and maybe if I just use them a little bit differently, I'll avoid that big inning.
It still is kind of mind-boggling because of the extremes, because he's been so dominant at home, and now a record 32 scoreless innings at T-Mobile Park. That's the longest scoreless streak at T-Mobile Park for any pitcher.
So cool.
So to have that, not officially 5 full starts because he did have a run that he left that was inherited to him in the 7th, but he had gone 4 full starts without allowing a run, and then still last night 6 1/3 and gets the run there at the end. But to go 6 scoreless, and then, all right, he gives up the run. But, yeah, so dominant at home. And, hey, at worst, if you're getting that absolutely dominant version of Bryan Woo, maybe you shave off a run or two. If he's still not as dominant on the road, that's fine. We know the pitchers thrive at home. They are built for this park, and that's great. You take advantage of that. You pick up your wins where you can. And Bryan Woo kind of set the table for the Mariners offense that we're going to dive into coming up next, because there were some key things that happened with the offense that we hadn't seen lately from this Mariners team. We'll dive into why it was so important. Everything else you need to know coming up next here. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Is Sam Darnold worth $55 million a year?
Afternoons 2 to 7.
I think he's worth it. I do too. That's going to be a low-sounding number here very quickly. He's not an ego guy who's going to be, let me cook, let me chuck it all over the yard. I don't think he is going to think, hey, I deserve $55 million. I think he's willing to work for that. Similar results next year, then we'll start talking about that.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
All right, summer's here at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Mike Salk here, and you can check out upcoming shows like the Pop 2000 Tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO on August 1st. If you need a laugh, comedy legend David Spade visits on August 15th, or you can relive the 80s with pop sensation Taylor Dane on September 6th. All the tickets are at snocasino.com. You can experience luxury with breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and play your favorite games. Elevate your next getaway. That's Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Looking for a pre-owned Toyota you can actually count on? Then you need to take a trip to Toyota of Renton. Each vehicle passes a rigorous 160-point inspection, so you drive off with confidence. Plus, their service center has factory-certified techs and genuine Toyota parts to keep you running strong. Come meet the incredible team, ask questions, and take a test drive in their variety of dependable, certified, pre-owned inventory. See them in person at Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Explore the American Supercar and British Motorcycle exhibits at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Coming up in July, First Responders Appreciation Day, drive-in movie night, cars and coffee, cruising, and more. Dates and tickets at americascarmuseum.org.
Deep to right field. Going. Goodbye, baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a view that's a real home run, check out right field. Make that the dump yard. Sure, it's a great spot to see our fearless outfielders fly, dive, and slide.
Wow! Victor Robles makes the catch!
But you might get to flash some leather too, because the forecast in the dump yard always calls for rain. Raining big dumper home runs, that is.
Number 60, the magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Don't miss this week's Cal Raleigh Funko Pop giveaway.
You have one last chance to score this one-of-a-kind collectible when the Mariners take on the Angels tomorrow at 6:40 at T-Mobile Park. The first 10,000 fans will head home with this must-have Funko Pop. Lock in your seats and check out full lineup of special events at mariners.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Here's an all-around terrific night for the Mariners. Bryan Woo set that scoreless innings mark, a record 32 scoreless innings at home in the 6th. And for Woo, after the game, well, he wasn't aware during the game, but then he was told about it afterwards, and he was like, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
There you go.
I had no idea that was a thing until I got done. But yeah, pretty awesome. Pretty incredible honor. Like you said, especially with the guys that have pitched here, currently pitching here, and have pitched here. Like, there's a lot of really good names that have come through here. So means a lot, and hopefully just start another one now.
Well, outside of Bryan Woo, Charlie, the offense was really impressive. We're going to get into a little bit more coming up at 7:30, but what did you like out of an offense that put up 13 hits and able to win without hitting a home run?
Yeah, 12 singles is wild.
I think it's funny.
It is kind of funny, right? Because it's one of the things that you would think only one double and you'd think there'd be more damage, but I think it just shows you that they are really competitive. They're staying in at bats, and they know that you got to find a way. And it just felt like with runners on base, they continued to hit the ball in the places where they could, and they got some runs in. And it's just like one of those things where it's a really rewarding feeling knowing that you're not only creating action, but you're actually cashing in on it. So I think just an all-around great performance, and obviously you match that up with some slug, and you could see a little crooked double-digit number performance out of this offense.
Well, and there's the key. I think we had talked so much about, all right, how do you get that crooked number? When you were in that stretch of scoring 3 runs or fewer in 13 straight games, obviously you're not putting up a crooked number. They had like one game where they had a crooked number inning, and that was because Randy hit a 3-run homer, and that was the extent of their runs. So to go out there, put up 5 runs in the 6th, I know that puts a ton of strain on a pitching staff because all of a sudden they knock out Soriano. You have to bring a reliever in. He's not effective. And now the Angels, they have no game plan. Their game plan has just been torn to pieces.
Yeah, well, and especially how the first 5 innings had gone. It had been a scoreless affair, and you were just sitting there going, oh, man, the Mariners, are they going to figure out ways to get some runs on the board? And then everything seemingly changed later in the game, and they got it done. And I just, even listening to Dan talk after the game, it's like they continued to grind out at bats, and you know that it's not going to be easy, but it takes 9 guys collectively to go out there and have good at bats to try and score some runs. So I saw a lot of good things tonight, and I think, not tonight, but tomorrow night they'll do it again.
Yeah, now 8 straight home wins for the Mariners over the Angels. Bryce Midler gets the ball in the finale tomorrow night, a 6:40 first pitch. We'll be on the air with pregame coverage beginning at 5:30.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, huge night tonight in the World Cup. U.S. men's national team begins its run through the knockout rounds. 5 p.m. against Bosnia and Herzegovina. Taylor Twellman was breaking it down with Rich Eisen. You want some tactical advice here? We're going to give you some tactical advice for the U.S. and what challenges that Bosnia and Herzegovina could present to them.
This is the team that knocked Italy out of the World Cup playoff, forced Italy to miss their 3rd straight World Cup. Mm-hmm. This is not an easy out. Are they favored? Absolutely. They're going to be better tactically than Paraguay. They're going to be more astute individually within the collective process. And what I mean by that, each individual will do his job for the collective to really work. They're going to frustrate the United States. They're not going to be as ugly as Australia played. When you look at their emotional competence in this will be the first knockout stage game for Bosnia. That is very interesting for them on how to deal with that. The other part to this is when they walk out onto the field and they see all red, white, and blue, their same colors, and yet all red, white, and blue are rooting for the United States. How do they deal with that? I think the first 25, 30 minutes is massive for the United States. And I think if they get an early goal, they blow the doors off the building.
Yeah, exactly. I would have said the same thing. Charlie, do you have emotional intelligence?
Yes.
All those are very good things I think you can take to other sports as well. But hey, there's your breakdown.
I extremely high emotional intelligence, actually.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know if I do. To be determined, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I knew that, Lefko.
Yes. Thank you.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, it was not the best day for the Mariners in terms of the division. Teams kept winning in the division, most notably the Rangers, who still have that 1-game lead over the Mariners. Now, they've won 6 straight, and I don't really know what the national perception was about this division when it was staying close. It was kind of the A's nipping at the heels of the Mariners, but it always kind of felt like the Rangers were that team that would be the most dangerous one to kind of watch out for. I know you mentioned a couple reasons why. Do those still hold true to you now that you've seen them rattle off 6 in a row here?
Absolutely. Yeah, they've always kind of been, as of late, the team that, to me, will pose the biggest threat in the West right now. I think initially, as the A's came out hot, and Kurtz, Langoliers, and their lineup down there is no joke, but I just don't see their pitching staff being able to withstand, putting up enough zeros each night. And I think you've seen that in the run differential. You've seen that last year. And obviously with the emergence of Houston as well, that maybe gives me a little bit of concern because you have an arguably MVP player in Yordan Alvarez over there, but you look at the Rangers, man. The Rangers are the team that I think that are going to be a thorn in the Mariners' side, and knowing that they won the World Series a couple years ago, they know that their window is probably open right now as well. So it's going to be a challenge throughout the rest of the year.
Yordan hit a grand slam last night.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, he's
just
ridiculous.
a freak.
Yeah. He's a freak.
Right, and we got to witness one last year in Cal hitting 60. So when special things happen, you hope it doesn't happen against your team, but sometimes it's fun to watch history, if you will.
Yeah, I think for the Rangers, this closing stretch before the All-Star break will be interesting for both the Mariners and the Rangers. So both these teams have 10 games left before the All-Star break. Rangers finish up their series against Cleveland tonight, and then they have 6 at home against the Tigers and Angels. Not good teams. And then 3 at home against the Astros. So they get 9 at home to end the first half of the season. And the Astros, we've seen them play better, and those two teams can beat each other up. But, man, you look at that, like, all right, Tigers, not good. Angels, not good. And all of a sudden, do you know who the best? So the Mariners, they're about to go on the road. This might help you out here with the hint. Mariners go on the road to play 6 games after the series against Toronto. Do you know the team that has the best record in the month of June?
The Miami Marlins.
Yes, sir. Your boy Jeff Passan mentioned that yesterday. I'm sure you saw that one. If you didn't, Miami, the Marlins, 20-6 in the month of June. All of a sudden, that is not an easy series. The Mariners, their first trip of the road trip, there it is. The first series of the road trip happens against the Marlins beginning on Tuesday. Now, that schedule, it's going to be interesting because, Charlie, they don't play the Rangers. Mariners and Rangers do not meet until the second half of the season again, and it's late July, and then all of a sudden, this closing stretch against the division where we don't have to get to that, but a series in early September against the Rangers. That could loom very large.
Yeah, there's always that, end of the year division matchup that seemingly is huge, and it can flip, whether it's a 1-game lead to a, 2-game deficit, right? I think that's so fun at the end of the year, and that's why you stay in it throughout the whole year, and knowing that the end of the year is the most fun baseball in a lot of ways to watch.
Half-game lead, I was corrected. Yeah, I kept talking about it as a 1-game lead during the Mariners game last night, and then forgetting, if they win, it's now a half game. So, all right, it's a half-game lead.
Yeah,
but they're still trailing them.
Right, and just look a little further, just with the Rangers, what they've done so well this year actually is play on the road well. They're 25-24, and 19-18 at home. So, where the Mariners are 24-19 at home, and they continue to take care of business there, but they're just 19-24 on the road. So, I think when you look at the second half, there's been some challenging series on the road, some harder road trips the Mariners have. So hopefully the second half will bring a little bit of easier route to the end. So, but it's on them, I think, for the Mariners to have good road series for them to get where they want to go.
Yeah, that is everything you need to know. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into the offensive approach we saw last night. Could be a good counter to this Mariners team that is so home run reliant. Could it stick? I mean, we're not going to see 12 singles again, but what can the Mariners take away that will track moving forward? Charlie and I will dive into that here on Brock and Salk. It's Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Is Sam Darnold worth $55 million a year?
Afternoons 2 to 7.
I think he's worth it. I do too. That's going to be a low-sounding number here very quickly. He's not an ego guy who's going to be, let me cook, let me chuck it all over the yard. I don't think he is going to think, hey, I deserve $55 million. I think he's willing to work for that. Similar results next year, then we'll start talking about that.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over there at People Come First Construction Group. You know I love my acronyms, PCF. They designed and built our outdoor living space for Molly and I, and we just loved it. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get started on your new dream deck with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. That means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. You know, most people who start with a design package end up with the exact outdoor space they've always wanted and dreamed of. This offer is your first step. Do what we did and contact PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse amazing photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space your favorite place. With People Come First.
These days, everyday savings add up. Get more for your restaurant, food truck, or big event at Chef Store with warehouse savings on the food and supplies you use most. No membership required. Plus, we're open to the public. Visit Chef Store today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Olympic Hot Tub's All-American Soak, Swim, and Sauna event is here. Now's the time to save thousands on a saltwater hot tub, swim spa, or sauna. With up to 3 years to pay for it, interest-free. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Long days call for lots of golf. Hey, it's Graz here, encouraging you to book a tee time between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. at your local premier course, like Bellevue, Bill Wright, Cedar Crest, Inner Bay, Jackson Park, Lake Padden, Legion Memorial, Linwood, and Walter Hall. In Western Washington, you know you're never far from a premier course. It accommodates all skill levels, and with affordable rates, you can book a tee time and truly enjoy the summer. If you're not in the mood for walking, play Top Tracer at the range at Inner Bay, Bill Wright, and Jackson Park. Play the courses. Play Premier.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are rolling along here on the first day of July. That's crazy. That snuck up on me, Charlie. Mike Lefko, Charlie Furbush here with you. It's July 1st. That's kind of surprising.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, we're whipping through this baseball season.
What is time anymore, right?
What is time?
You know?
That's what you tune in for. Yes. These existential questions. I mean, it's a great point. What is time? Because it goes by so fast, yet so slow.
Right. Well, that's, it does. There are periods in your life where you're like, can this go by any slower? And then there are periods, as we're talking about, how did an hour and a half already go by?
You just open us up to text about, yes, could this go any slower? That's what I ask myself when I'm listening to this show. That was the text that we get in the afternoons usually.
By the way, I almost forgot, but we should solicit Here's the Thing messages for tomorrow.
Yes, good call.
If you guys would still like to participate, we have the listeners leave us voice memos. They get pretty creative with it. Sometimes they make fun of us if you're open to that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know Lefko's used to mean text.
I hate being made fun of.
I am not sensitive at all, so
Okay.
keep it coming.
So yes, please send us your submissions, and we'll do that at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you. You're right, Maura. I do. Actually, that's one of the more enjoyable things. That's always Thursdays, right? That's one of the more enjoyable things about this show on Thursdays. They get some hilarious Here's the Thing. I was trying to find some. It's too late at this point. All right. I know you guys have some good ones. You pulled up that one of the listener doing a Salk impression. So that's just
Oh,
great.
that was great.
Yeah. I mean, hey,
Yeah.
Give me some Here's the Thing on Salk and
Here,
Brock, even though they're not here.
we played that one here. I'll give you one on Brock. This was one that our boss Kyle loved so much he was trying to find it to play for his wife. Because Brock, he travels a lot. He was talking to us about people having drinks in the airport at like 5 a.m. And we were like, yeah, it's vacation, Brock. Like, lay off. What's your problem? And, and he also kind of judges people for eating fast food. So Jared submitted his impression of Brock at the airport.
Here's the thing. I'm Brock Stewart, and I just saw a disgusting slob at the airport having a Bloody Mary and McDonald's at the same time. Disgusting slob. You don't care about your life at all. You don't care about your health. That's another data point from Marky Data. Disgusting slob.
I love that. The voice I can't quite replicate with Brock, but it's kind of the tone of he'll do like, what? How are they doing that? Why are they're drinking at 5 a.m. in the airport? Maura, how are they drinking at 5 a.m.? They should do all sits for an hour. That's what we're doing in Hawaii.
What else are you supposed to do that early?
Yeah. I don't know. Sleep in the airport, I guess. He'd probably judge you for that. So, okay. That's a good point, though. Bring your Here's the Thing to the table tomorrow. Leave those voicemails. Maura will compile them. We will laugh. You can make fun of us, certainly. I think we gave you enough material. Yeah. We'll give you some more material for the rest of the show today. And then leave your message. We'll get to those at, 8 o'clock tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes, 8 o'clock tomorrow. Great way to wind down the week. I think tomorrow's going to be a great show. We have a lot planned. That's my tease. I was teasing Thursday's show yesterday.
You were.
So I'm ready for Thursday. More ready than
the great debate, the one you guys have been having during
the
the
great
breaks.
debate.
Yes.
Yes. The great debate. I got to figure out what time that's going to be at. Still don't know. So I'm not purposefully just making sure you listen to the whole show. I literally don't know yet what time we're going to put that in.
I also think since we're off Friday, we're moving G. Scott up a day.
Yeah,
so.
That's also why. It's a complicating factor. So I guess 8:30 we're not going to do it. 9:30 we usually do some things to end the week. Seems like a 7:30. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we have enough time.
What is time, right? Yeah, exactly.
Back to the original point, right? So yeah, that's all coming up tomorrow. But as we get into this offense and what we saw, and I said, we dive a little bit deeper on how a team that is so home run reliant, where the highest percentage of their runs come via the home run. Out of any team in baseball, the Mariners get the highest percentage of their runs from the home run. The fact that they were able to put 8 runs across, and 7 of them you did yourself. Wild pitch that brought 1 run in, but you had the guy in position because of a hit. That feels like there's something there that you can build off that. I know you're not going to get 13 hits every game, but what was sustainable about what you saw last night?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question because sustainable may be hard to describe what happened last night because you're not going to sustain 12 singles and 1 double, right? But what you are going to sustain is having strong at-bats throughout the entire game, right? I think that's where you just go back to just – that road trip and even what Cal said, like it's hard not to have it echo a little bit, just knowing that even inside that clubhouse, hey, we got to play 9 innings, guys. We got to play a full game. And you saw as maybe the Mariners were winning and then that inning in the 6th or 7th got a little bit away and they scored runs, right? The Angels scored runs. So it just continues to tell you that you can't give in at any point in the game and you got to play all 27 outs. So I just saw a lot of good things from the offense, and I felt like, they were really competing in at-bats. And it tells me that when you do have 12 singles and you find holes, like you're not giving in and you're finding a way to put the barrel on the ball, and they just found all the holes. So it's just one of the nights that were probably a little lucky, right? Like if you think about it, like a couple balls that fell in, you're like, well, if you did that 10 times in a row, is that going to happen each time? Probably not. But the bat-to-ball contact, I think, was just such a good thing to see, and ultimately the lower strikeouts, right? I think that's the other thing that you want to see is like the Mariners have been prone to some higher strikeout games, but if you're not going to strike out as much, it tells me you're putting the ball in play, and the more you put the ball in play, better things will happen.
Yeah, it was a patience game to some extent until that 6th inning. So I like that they finally found a way from those previous at-bats, from those little battles that they were losing early on against Jose Soriano. He was keeping them in check, 9 strikeouts. But Soriano, That's the pitcher that was the best pitcher in baseball at the start of the season. He simply was. He had a .24 ERA through the first 6 starts of the season. He hasn't been that over the past month plus, but he was showing that. But you get to that 6th inning, and whether it's in, I think sometimes approach gets mistranslated or misinterpreted as work the count, take pitches, make a pitcher work. No. You know this. Like, if you have a pitch, you have a game plan up there, and that pitch is there, and you understand based on what a pitcher's throwing and how he sequenced prior bats, and you see that pitch and you know to attack there in that count, you take advantage. You don't work a count if you don't have to. Someone like Colt Emerson in the 7th inning, where he kind of alluded to it, that Cole Young, the at-bat before him, 10-pitch walk. So Cole Young works a 10-pitch walk. Colt Emerson has a good read on what that pitcher's throwing. All the other hitters before him have kind of seen, all right, this is what it was the lefty at that point. I'm blanking on his name there. But that's what Suter had been throwing. Yeah. So Cole Young draws that walk. Colt Emerson comes up there. Is he going to work a count because the batter before him did? No, if he recognized, look, he's going to throw a slider in this situation because that's the pitch that he needs to use to set himself up in a good count, takes advantage, rips a 2-run single. That's what stood out to me. And then the understanding to have some fight in these at-bats as well, because that might not always happen. You might fall behind in a count. But in the 6th inning, the Mariners, 4 of their runs came on 2-strike counts. That's impressive to me. Fouling off pitches if you have to. Maybe do get fooled on one. You get back into an at-bat, and then executing with 2 strikes. That was huge, and it felt like that was the big difference in this game between not having productive innings like they had struggled with on the road and having innings that build into those crooked numbers like they put up with 5 in the 6th.
And that's where confidence is built as a unit, right? I think that when you aren't scoring as many runs as often as you want, and it just feels like maybe it's more of a struggle, there is I guess you can be susceptible to, lack of performance, lack of confidence, but it feels like right now, after seeing a game like that, that just tells you that you're way closer than you are further away in terms of putting it all together. And like I said yesterday, once this team, strings together the offense that we know that they can be, and they start doing damage, you mentioned all the home runs they have, I think that will continue, and it's just a matter of continuing to have good at-bats throughout the whole game so you have opportunity to score runs, and knowing when you do have runners in scoring position or a guy you need to get over. These are little small things as hitters that you need to take advantage of. So I think the Mariners are just in a prime position to kind of take this offense to a new level. And it's nice to see some of the young guys performing, and it's nice to see, some of the core of the lineup getting some action. So I think you mix in a game like yesterday with some slug, and, it does look like a crooked number type of day.
Yeah, and I think what the key was for me there is that the middle of the order stepped up on a night where I'm not going to say this was hand in hand with, all right, you're down 2 key bats, 2 lefties that normally would be in the lineup. Against a righty like Soriano, Luke Raley and Dom Canzone are both in the lineup if they're healthy. Now, they weren't, and Dan Wilson before the game mentioned why they were out of the lineup.
A little bit different lineup. Dom and Rails just need a day here, I think, to be able to get today and then the off day as well, and hopefully get them some really good rest here as we pick up towards the end of the week, and they'll be ready to roll. So, that's a chance for us to give Randy a DH day too, and Weston Wilson will be right field tonight, so get a chance to get him some at-bats and ready to get game 2 of the series.
That's a separate topic we can kind of get back to about Canzone and Raley needing them to get healthy. So with the off day today, 2 full days off. But to see the middle of the order, then kind of put that on their shoulders. Julio, too, setting the tone early. He led off that 6, got on base, got everyone going behind him. But Julio, Naylor, and Arozarena combined for 7 of your 13 hits. That's huge. That's not going to happen every game. It's baseball. They're going to have little patches there. But we put more on these middle-of-the-order guys, right? Like the guys with the big contracts. I'd lump Cal in there, too, and he didn't have a hit, but he's kind of in a little bit of a different situation right now. He's in the midst of some struggles. So you have your 3, and I'd say, hey, put anyone in there, 2, 3, 4. They come through with 7 hits. That's massive. That'll win you a lot of games.
Yeah, and ideally, when you rip off those numbers, you're probably getting some earlier runs in the board, right? And when you get some early runs in the game, it makes pitching easier. So I think when you can hand these starters a lead, it really, really feels like you can open up the game and do what you want. So great to see that the horses in the lineup are coming through. And like I said, these are the guys that it's going to go through, right? It's going to be a challenge to think that the bottom of the lineup, the Young, the Emerson, and they're going to be the ones carrying the offense. It's going to be difficult, and I don't think that they're in a position to actually do that. So you look at the guys that have been there and done that between JP, Julio, Naylor, Randy, Cal, all those guys right there. That's gonna be why the offense goes where they go, is when those guys really perform how they're capable of performing.
Now, some people are already pushing back because, of course they would. Oh, this isn't sustainable. And they had 12 singles. That's not sustainable. Yes, 12 is not. We understand that. But just the fact that they were able to generate this offense with a lineup that normally is not going to feature Victor Robles and Weston Wilson. No offense to those two guys. Those are not regular, everyday players. Weston Wilson was making just his second start with the Mariners.
Right.
He's out in right field for the first time. If you have a normal, healthy lineup, which that's the whole point of resting a Rayleigh and a Canzone to get them back so they can play regularly, you have that boost in the lineup to offset putting so much on a Julio and a Naylor and Randy and Cal.
For sure. And, with Canzone and Rayleigh, you're getting 2 off days, right? You get yesterday and now with the off day today, because at the end of the day, health is the most important thing, and it's going to be challenging if guys are going to be hurt and you're required. I think Robles is starting to come around, but I think it'll be tough to have Weston Wilson be in the lineup and not have a Canzone or Rayleigh. So trying to get these guys healthy is going to be paramount. So it'll be fun to see how this all unfolds. And obviously 12 singles isn't sustainable, right? Like that's. You know that, but there's a lot of, if you knocked away 4 of those hits, they got 8 hits, and there was a little more slug, you still may end up at the same result. So at the end of the day, it's just nice knowing that everyone in the lineup is doing the best they can to have competitive at-bats. And yes, like you're going to run into at-bats where you're outmatched. And I think Soriano proved that last night, where he got that really, really nasty breaking ball that, man, when it's on, it's one of the best. So there's a reason why he's as good as he is, but for his sake, I wouldn't be surprised if he's getting traded here at the deadline. So get him out of the division, right? But yeah, overall, it's really good to see the offense just put up runs like that, especially when they haven't scored lately.
All right. Well, normally at this time we have 3 football questions, but Charlie, you're doing it all today. You're going to play 3 roles because you're the trash master coming up later at 9:45. So we're going to keep it going here. 3 baseball questions. It's time for Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Ewart tackles 3 football questions as only he can. Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
As you know by now, neither of those two are here, so we're not doing 3 football questions today. Doing 3 baseball questions with Charlie Furbush. Charlie, I want to start with, these are all kind of broad, more general questions, but when you look at this rotation, they have all kind of had their ups and downs. We're starting to see some solid performances and some really dominant performances now from guys in this rotation. Coming out of the All-Star break, theoretically, you could line up your rotation however you want. So if you, Charlie Furbush, don the manager's cap and say, all right, I want to put my best pitcher out there the first game out of the All-Star break, that would be who? Who is the ace of this staff right now?
Logan Gilbert.
Okay.
Yeah, especially in the last couple starts. He hadn't hit 98, 99 in over a year. And I had always said when he is pitching to his max capability and seeing that velocity kind of exactly where it was when he came up, and then had a little of a forearm issue, has since recovered, and it was such a bright spot to see because everyone talks about Logan Gilbert, his fastball, his extension, how it jumps on you. When he's throwing 98, it is almost tenfold. It is a big difference than the 95, 96 you may see. So, and that just makes his secondary pitches even that much better. And then not to mention the way that Logan Gilbert carries himself on the mound. His mound presence is hard to beat. So he's a big guy, he comes at you, and I just feel like he's the ace right now, and he's pitching like it.
Yeah. All right, number 2. All right, Charlie. Julio is hitting well. He got on base 3 times last night, all singles. Julio has had a big power outage this month. June has come to an end, so okay, that last month. Thankfully, it's now July. Maybe it was just June. Maybe Julio didn't like June for some reason. So now that we're in July, how does Julio, who he did not have a good slugging month, I think he had just 2 doubles and 2 home runs in all of June. How does this slugging slump come to an end? What needs to happen with him? Is it maybe nothing? Is it something that you think could change? But when do you see Julio's slugging slump coming to an end?
It's a good question because you know that the slug's going to come around, right? He's too good of a player to not have it come around. But I think, one thing to maybe look at just from when it may come around is obviously the multi-hit performance games are great. I think those are really nice to string together, and you look at, how he's handling the at-bats in the 2-hole. But to me, if we start seeing some opposite field power, opposite field hitting it hard, he's letting the ball travel deep and ultimately making his mind up as late as he can in the at-bat without being fooled. So if you start seeing some opposite field power, some power to right center, I'm not so much concerned about the power to left. I think he always has that turn and burn effect where he can get after it. But when hitters are playing well, they're hitting it up the middle, hitting it the other way. So if we see more of that, and especially if you match that up with some hard hit X velocity, it seems like he's due for maybe not another 10 homer month, but certainly a much higher slugging month.
And I guess kind of building on that, along the same lines, almost the exact same thing for Cal Raleigh. His power, not there at all. He is now back from injury. We talked about how it might take some time to get the timing down. Does he just need more at-bats? I mean, what are you seeing out of Cal that has not led to him getting that power?
Yeah, it almost feels like, Cal's just, having a tough time trying to, hit for power, right? And I think the league is knowing that, hey, this guy's got immense power. We can't leave a cookie over the plate because he's going to do damage. And, he's probably realizing that there is maybe 1-2 opportunities to do damage within an at-bat. These pitchers are really good. They're throwing some really nasty breaking stuff, so he's going to have to make the adjustments on the fly to figure out how can I, string this together and be that force that I know I can be. And, it feels like to me, maybe get him right, or maybe not get him right, but like see the surge in power is like a multi-homer day where you run into one and then you run into a second one. And it just, and I think as home run hitters, they get into a little bit of a groove. You may see them come in bunches. So I think if he gets like a double homer game, it tells me that everything's kind of clicking, and as he balances the switch hitting effect as well. So that's the other thing, having to make the adjustment from left to right, and who he faces, and it'll be fun to see. But another guy who has such a high ceiling, and I think we're all waiting for a few more homers to go over the fence. Yeah.
All right, number 3. Okay, Charlie, projecting outward, when either Matt Brash or Brendan Donovan return, which one of them will have the bigger impact?
I want to say, as a bullpen guy, Matt Brash right now. I think because of how good he is and how good he's been, obviously there is that injury concern and making sure that he's healthy, but I think we all can see the gap in the bullpen when he's not there, and the weight that's having to be carried by other people. And sometimes in certain games, certain scenarios, it's going to be required to have other guys that you wouldn't typically pitch in those spots. We saw that in Cleveland, right? So it just shows you how immensely valuable he is to the bullpen, and how he can really be that like lights out right-handed reliever that gets the big bats out in the 7th or 8th inning, and to bridge the gap to Munoz, who's been absolutely lights out. But I do think he's a little bit more valuable to the team than Donovan right now. But I mean, it's really kind of a toss-up there, because everything you saw Donovan do offensively just seems like exactly what this team needs too. So you could almost call it a wash, but I guess I'll be biased because as a former bullpen guy, I know how valuable those outs are at the end of the game.
I guess if I would have asked this question last week, we might have been skewed to saying Donovan because the offense was in such a slump. But yes, for the long haul, the long course of the season, and the overall picture of what you need the Mariners to be, especially when it comes to either a playoff race or then in the playoffs.
Right.
When every single decision is magnified and every game seems to revolve around the bullpen late. We saw the Tigers series. We saw the Blue Jays series, how vitally important the bullpen is. Matt Brash, for where you need to go, feels like the bigger impact guy because of what he can do, because of how vital he is to the back end of the bullpen.
Yeah, and you want to make sure that he's healthy. So if worst case scenario, let's say you don't even see him till September, I'm okay with that. Like, if the Mariners can weather the storm and maybe acquire a player to help bridge that gap until he gets back, then you just have a bunch of weapons between Spire, Ferrer, Luzardo, Brash, maybe someone else to Munoz. I mean, you're looking at a pretty lights-out bullpen, and you match that up with the starters, and, man, this team can go to a place where they've never been.
Yeah, it is funny because September seems so late, but you have 2 full months if you're going to play all the way to the World Series. And we saw how late a season can go for the first time. So, yeah, it's an entirely different aspect to play all the way deep into October. If you do have to wait on Brash, it's a good point. If you even have to wait till late September,
yeah,
that's fine. He can help you in the postseason.
Health is wealth, man. And if you have this guy at the end when you need him, it's going to be way more valuable than trying to push him for early August.
All right, that is Blue 88. Thanks to Charlie for stepping in. Didn't have you put on the football hat. That could be fun. We could do that tomorrow. But no, those are some great answers there, Charlie. Appreciate the baseball insight, even though we've been appreciating your baseball insight all week. We appreciate it in the Blue 88 context. And we're going to appreciate it a little bit more coming up next because I got a question for you that we're going to dress up in game form.
Yay.
But some baseball topics to get back to. We're going to find out which is better. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do?
The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Summer is here, and it's time to break through your weight loss frustrations. Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and we have a proven system that can help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 8 weeks. Whether you need a nutrition plan to complement your GLP injections, or you're like many of our clients who don't want to worry about ongoing monthly costs, giving yourself shots, or uncomfortable side effects. Either way, our program provides the support, accountability, and structured nutrition plan so you can achieve your results for the long term. Schedule your free phone consult at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Look, this plan does work. It's Mike Salk here, and I used Eastside Weight Loss Clinic to lose 35 pounds. Just recently, I heard about one of our listeners who lost 40 pounds. How about that? The plan will teach you lifelong habits to continue eating the food you love while losing weight.
We've helped over 4,000 people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 8 weeks. Come to our clinic in Kirkland or do the program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary. Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More.
Fast internet speed. He's got the geeks to go big. Bring him the game
right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
In October baseball, every pitch matters and every decision is magnified. In the postseason, teams don't rely on hope. They rely on preparation and experience. Divorce works much the same way, but the consequences of a bad call don't last a game, they last a lifetime. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, we provide the preparation and experience to protect your finances, your children, and your future. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but
Do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
This is a test of your emergency alert system. This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. We have it figured out. What always is already going to be a fun Thursday show tomorrow, because we'll wind down the week here. Final show of the week on Brock and Salk tomorrow. Maura 360 has a recommendation for Blue 88 tomorrow, so I think we've got it solved. You don't have to worry about finding a football guest or us getting Charlie on for 3 more baseball questions. 360 says, do 3 pickleball questions.
Oh, boy.
Does anyone know 3 pickleball questions to ask me? I assume I would be the one getting the questions asked. I think that would be the issue.
I could ask your guy, Ryan Roland Smith.
That's true. We could ask Ryan Roland Smith.
I know one of the questions you should ask. You should ask where is pickleball invented?
Do you guys know that?
I do.
Yeah?
The lovely island of Bainbridge.
That's a good
correct.
one, Charles. There we go. And that's why we should do 3 pickleball questions tomorrow. So we'll see. We probably will not do that, but it's a possibility. Thank you for the suggestion, 360. Okay, we are doing I can't call it a game because I misled you yesterday. We're doing a game-adjacent exercise here.
We don't usually do this twice in one week.
Well, we didn't get to all of them. No, I liked it, and we didn't get to all of them. And Charlie's here. He's kind of our guest in studio this week. So I was like, let's get back to it because we have some fun ones still remaining. So, Maura, I think if you want to lead us through it again, it's time to finish up what we didn't get to from Which is Better.
All right.
Your new favorite game. Yeah. Do you have one, Maura, that jumps out to you that should start off? There are some baseball
Yeah,
Good
well,
point,
have you? I'm assuming you guys have heard of the 999 challenge going around this year.
No.
There are
You haven't heard of the
variations
999?
Well, what's your definition?
9
Let's hear
innings
it.
of baseball.
Yeah.
Then you have to eat 9 hot dogs and drink 9 beers.
Yeah.
Oh, gross.
Yeah. So it's a thing that people have. I don't know if I could do the 9 hot dogs.
You're like some people.
Maybe
not that I
could
have
do
heard of it or done
the
it.
9
Okay.
beers, but it's like a thing the kids are doing.
That's why we can't do it. We're not kids
Nah.
anymore. Ooh.
Do you think you could
Not
probably
anymore.
do it? You don't think you think?
Yeah, you're right.
That's right.
All right. Well, we can dub an official winner in trash takes, and then tomorrow, because we love to debate, the big debate is coming up, Charlie. That's coming tomorrow. Stay tuned for that. There are some pickleball lovers chiming in on the text line, so I'll have to read those in a second as well. But up next, we're going to get to everything you need to know about that Mariners series win, why it was so important in the context of the rest of the season moving forward. That's up next here. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Bumpin' Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Over the next week or two. One of the things that I'm going to be watching for is going to be slugging, but in particular, where that slug is coming from.
What am I looking for? Just winning. To me, that means that Cal has to contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Cal doesn't contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Julio doesn't look good.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
All right, summer's here at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Mike Salk here, and you can check out upcoming shows like the Pop 2000 Tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO on August 1st. If you need a laugh, comedy legend David Spade visits on August 15th, or you can relive the 80s with pop sensation Taylor Dane on September 6th. All the tickets are at snocasino.com. You can experience luxury with breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and play your favorite games. Elevate your next getaway. That's Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Tim Hunter, a lifelong local radio host, underwent Swedish cyberknife treatment for prostate cancer. What's it like to go through the cyberknife treatment?
You do a 5-day-in-a-row stint. You go to the Swedish hospital. They say set aside 45 minutes for each treatment. It's really only about 35 minutes of that little robotic arm dancing around you. There's no pain involved. It was just too easy.
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
Cyberknife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Refresh your yard this summer with 4th of July savings from the Home Depot. Choose your power starting at $99 with tools from trusted names like Ryobi and Milwaukee. From backyard get-togethers to end-of-summer upgrades, 4th of July savings on cordless tools deliver the power and mobility to keep up with every job without slowing you down. Power on the go is here, and summer projects are easier than ever with the Home Depot. While supplies last, see store or online for details.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Come join Cascade Machinery and Electric, where your skills really matter. Family owned and the Pacific Northwest industrial equipment leader for over 100 years. They're hiring manual and job shop machinists in Seattle and Spokane. If you're a skilled machinist at any level that takes pride in your craft, come join the Cascade Machinery and Electric team. Visit cascade-machinery.com/careers and apply today. Cascade Machinery and Electric, powering the Pacific Northwest since 1918.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Hey Mariners fans, don't let traffic hold you back from spending your summer at T-Mobile Park. Take the light rail with stops from Linwood to Federal Way and the brand new Cross Lake line that serves Redmond, Bellevue, and Mercer Island. It's never been easier to catch a game at the best ballpark in baseball. 2026 is packed with marquee matchups, collectible giveaways, fireworks shows, and an epic 50-season celebration featuring the franchise greats you love on August 8th. See the full schedule and get your tickets at mariners.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Charlie, we have some news. We have some Mariners news involving Cade Anderson and Ryan Sloan. Are you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Cade Anderson and Ryan Sloan have been selected to the Futures game.
Surprise, surprise.
I know. No, it's not a surprise. I'm sorry to get everyone excited. It's just exciting. We can break news. So, yes, that announcement just came out. Major League Baseball. That's it for now. with them.
For the Mariners?
For now. Okay. Oh, for the Mariners, no prospect. Yes.
Okay.
That is, those are the only two who will be part of the Futures game. So Major League Baseball just announced the rosters for the 2026 Futures game that will be on Sunday, July 12th. And Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan will be representing the Mariners. Good question. No other prospects there. That is kind of interesting.
Well, there's only so many spots, and I think the Mariners want to make sure they showcase their best prospects. And when you're looking at Anderson and Sloan, two future aces, man.
I know. You can't argue with that. So those two will be there on Sunday, July 12th. Worth tuning in for. I want to talk about another guy, though, who had a big day, who technically is still the number one prospect in the Mariners system. He's going to lose his prospect status soon. That's Colt Emerson, who had a 3-hit game, had a big single in the 7th inning to kind of break open that inning, give the Mariners some breathing room. Dan Wilson, after the game, breaking down what led to Emerson's big night.
We see it time and time again. I think we're surprised, but then it's like, why are we surprised? Because he is so mature. But yeah, I was, really glad to see him with his approach tonight, sort of using more middle the other way tonight to kind of get himself where he needs to be. And I think that's always a good, kind of serum to kind of get you back to where you need to be. And certainly it looked like tonight that's where his approach was. And, took advantage of a couple of pitches that he could handle and kind of, get going that way. And, made solid contact in that direction.
I know there's going to be an acclimation period, Charlie. I know there are going to be some struggles, and teams will adjust to him. We're seeing a little bit of that at the plate. But what have you made out of Colt Emerson's stretch up here at the big league club so far?
Exactly what Dan said. I think you're seeing maturity from a guy that is just hard to find at that age. I mean, just think about what we were doing at 20 years old, Lefko.
Probably thinking of dumb nicknames for the same thing. Still trying to think of a nickname for Colt Emerson and Cole Young.
I just think that, that's what needs to, put things in perspective is like not everyone has the self-awareness, wherewithal, ability to handle things mentally at that age. And to be at the highest level and to get compliments from your big league manager saying this is a mature player, that's what I'm seeing. You can see it on the field. You can see it on his defense. You see a lot of it, and it doesn't seemingly feel, too overwhelmed or overmatched at times. And I think, last night was just a perfect example of showcasing the skills that Colt has and will continue to grow.
All right, well, the series finale of this series is not tonight, it's tomorrow. So tomorrow, the series finale, day off in the middle of the series today for the Mariners, a 6:40 first pitch tomorrow, 5:30 pregame coverage.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, that day off tonight, Charlie, it's because of the World Cup.
USA.
There we go. Okay. And no more analysis needed.
Right?
Just carry that chant. Keep doing that.
Well, you're going to be tuning in tonight, right?
Yes, but actually, the reason the series is not happening tonight is because there's a simultaneous match happening, a little bit earlier in the day, but same day as the U.S. men's national team, all happening today. Belgium and Senegal in Seattle, 1 o'clock. The winner gets to stay in Seattle. They're going to play on Monday, July 6th against the winner of Team USA and Bosnia-Herzegovina. So that match is a big one, takes place at 5 o'clock. The U.S. is looking for their first knockout stage win since 2002. And it's a big opportunity. They have rolled behind a lot of momentum, those 2 group stage wins. And Taylor Twellman was on with Rich Eisen breaking down why this could end up as being one of the best World Cup runs in U.S. men's soccer history.
You just need to take care of business. If you beat Bosnia in a similar type of fashion, not the scoreline, but fashion that you beat Paraguay in, momentum builds. And if you play Senegal or Belgium, now all of a sudden that home field in Seattle becomes that much greater. And so now there's belief within the group. And then you get to the quarterfinal and you're playing against Spain, where everyone in the world thinks you're losing that game. That is sometimes when Americans are at their best. Yeah. And that's a position you want to be in. At home, as the biggest underdog in World Cup history, Rich, I'll take that. But you got to win 2 games to get there, and they've got a big one tomorrow night.
1 game at a time, right?
That's right.
So you don't really like that analysis?
Well, I think, to me, and I think it's just like the baseball player in me, it's like it's slightly like immature to look too far ahead, right? Do you not feel that way?
Respect your opponent.
Yeah, like exactly. Like stay in the present. Today is the one day you could have, input and control over. So do the best you can. And, yes, I would love for them to come back to Seattle. Like, I would love to see Seattle just ripping again. I mean, because it was magical that day the Team USA was here.
You can scooter down there again. Be right in the thick of it all.
Why not? Everyone was scootering that day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Have you not been on a scooter yet?
I love scootering around.
Okay.
We had to work that day, though. Well, some of us have adult lives and responsibilities.
I was working the Mariners that night.
That's true.
I was working as well.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
Did you scooter your way through on the way down to the Mariners? Nice.
Yeah. And I got to see it all. That's what was so fun. The waterfront, the pier, the screens, just the vibe. And I want to see it again. So take care of business tonight, Team USA, and we'll be partying again.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The AL West is still close, still very tightly packed together. The Mariners are a half game back of the Rangers because the Rangers have won 6 in a row. The Astros, well, it looked like they were going to lose. They've slipped a little bit off the pace, but after falling behind 3-0 to the Twins, Yordan Alvarez, a grand slam, part of a 6-run fourth inning. The Astros win. They're just 2 games back of the Rangers, and not that he's had a great season, but Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was scratched last night from the Blue Jays lineup with back tightness. Kind of looms large, the Blue Jays coming to town on Friday.
Yeah, and I think, you look at this series now, they don't have to face Mike Trout, right? If it's another series where you're not facing the superstar and if Vlad Jr. is hurt, then all the better for the Mariners just to take advantage of it because, it's how it goes sometimes, and sometimes, you don't catch that time where someone's hurt and you can take advantage of it. And I think that's where the Mariners are in a prime position to really kind of go on the run right before the All-Star break.
All right, well, that is everything you need to know. We're going to keep talking about this Mariners team and the larger picture, the MLB landscape with the trade deadline just over a month away. USA Today's Bob Nightengale will join us next year. It's Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush with you on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Is Sam Darnold worth $55 million a year?
Afternoons 2 to 7.
I think he's worth it. I do too. That's going to be a low-sounding number here very quickly. He's not an ego guy who's going to be, let me cook, let me chuck it all over the yard. I don't think he is going to think, hey, I deserve $55 million. I think he's willing to work for that. Similar results next year, then we'll start talking about that.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Sports fans, you don't have to be a pro athlete to feel like a champion. At Emerald City Athletics, our Champions Training Program delivers faster, smarter fitness results for every age, every level, every body. And right now, you can try ECA free for 29 days. Boost your energy, build your confidence, become the champion of your life at ECA. Voted best in the Pacific Northwest. Try 29 days free and join for as low as $22 a month. Emerald City Athletics, smarter fitness, real results, champion energy for all.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
The world's game is on display in the Seattle area, and so is your next adventure. At Bellevue Adventures, take on a 7-line zipline tour, a 2-story aerial course, and a 36-foot climbing wall, all just east of the city in Bellevue. Whether you're in town for the matches or you call the East Side home, come climb, zip, and soar this summer. Now through July 6th, use code SOCCER26. That's SOCCER26 for 10% off all general admission. Book today at BellevueAdventures.com.
Explore the American Supercar and British Motorcycle exhibits at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Coming up in July, First Responders Appreciation Day, drive-in movie night, cars and coffee, cruise-in, and more. Dates and tickets at americascarmuseum.org.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
When it comes to your yard, reliability matters. Shop with confidence at the Home Depot and get 4th of July savings on Ryobi, the #1 cordless outdoor power brand. It's time to choose your power. Both the Ryobi 18-volt and 40-volt self-propelled mower kits are on special buy for an even lower price of $429 each, was $479. Ryobi's battery platform delivers the power, runtime, and dependability you need to tackle yard work with ease. Shop 4th of July savings on Ryobi outdoor power only at the Home Depot. While supplies last, pricing valid June 25th through July 8th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best. Why Seattle and Seattle sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. That's woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
Looking for a pre-owned Toyota you can actually count on? Then you need to take a trip to Toyota of Renton. Each vehicle passes a rigorous 160-point inspection, so you drive off with confidence. Plus, their service center has factory-certified techs and genuine Toyota parts to keep you running strong. Come meet the incredible team, ask questions, and take a test drive in their variety of dependable, certified, pre-owned inventory. See them in person at Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Face. Quantum Fiber Internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Gage Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum Fiber Internet blowing the socksies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Hey there, Dawn Riding with Olympic Hot Tub. Make this the summer you start to relax and feel better right in your own home. During our All-American Soak, Swim, and Sauna event, enjoy liberating savings on a saltwater hot tub, swim spa, or sauna with up to 3 years to pay for it interest-free. A soak or swim under the stars, a sauna after a long day. Celebrate feeling better today. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here in this week for Brock and Salk. We've been talking a lot of Mariners. That's what happens. We have a former player in, but great to have the baseball conversation flowing. We'll continue it right now with our guest, Bob Nightengale, MLB insider and columnist for USA Today, joins us here on the show. Bob, good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, sure. My pleasure.
Yeah, we appreciate all you do in covering the sport, and it's always fascinating to get kind of the national perspective on the Mariners because, you know, from the national side, you could see things a little bit differently at times, and we do so dialed in here. So just on the outset, Bob, what's your perception of this Mariners team right now, sitting here at a 44-43 record?
Just kind of perplexing. I mean, it should be a team that, you know, runs away with that division, and it hasn't happened. So it's allowed Texas to hang around, and, you know, Houston Astros should have been dead and buried. You know, now they have life. So we'll see what happens the second half. But, I mean, you would think the Mariners would have had about a 10-game lead by now, and it just hasn't happened.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a roller coaster ride, to say the least. But obviously, with the team going really far into the playoffs last year and kind of setting the tone of the expectation this year, how much pressure is on this front office this year to really getting there?
Well, yeah, I mean, like you said, the American League is so wide open. I mean, it's probably the worst it's been in, you know, decades. I can't remember the American League being this down, where you only have 4 or 5 teams over 500, and there's not, you know, a big favorite. You know, was the Yankees. Now they're struggling. You know, they haven't played well at all. Lost, you know, 6 in a row here. You got Tampa Bay on top of the division, the White Sox. So I think there's be a lot of pressure because the Mariners see the opening. I mean, if you're ever going to get to World Series, this is the year because there's no powerhouse in the American League.
Bob, is there something you can attribute that to? It is kind of fluky, and I was thinking along with you there. Like, the American League is really down, and there are no dominant teams there. As you mentioned, there's just only a few teams above 500. Is it just kind of a fluke this year? Is it the lack of maybe all the superstars the National League has? What things can you maybe point to as like, okay, this is why there aren't that many good teams in the AL this year?
I think it might just be on the spending habits and the aggressiveness of the National League. I think the Dodgers set the example, like, okay, if you want to get to the World Series, you got to go to L.A., and you better spend some money or be aggressive with trades. I mean, the Mets have spent more money than the Dodgers, have. The Phillies are, top 5 in payroll. The Giants have gone up there. The Cubs are top 5 payroll. So I think the Dodgers have kind of set that, example. It's like, okay, if we want to catch these guys, what do we have to do? Where in the American League, it's like, okay, the Blue Jays spent money. What do we have to do to get past the Blue Jays? And I think people thought, well, not that much. They're catchable. So, it's allowed teams to be a little more comfortable or a little more passive in their approach.
Yeah, for sure. And now as we turn the calendar to July, we were marveling that it's July 1st already. It's crazy how fast the baseball season goes. But with the deadline, with just over a month away, do you expect the trade deadline to be more of an active one or kind of a slow one this year?
Yeah, I think it could be more on the slow aspect of it, just because so many teams are in the race. I mean, look at the American League. I mean, I know the Angels are 7.5 out. Realistically, they don't have a prayer, but mathematically they do. So there's just so many teams that are alive. I think a lot of teams won't be able to make up their mind here until about maybe 3-5 days before the actual August 3rd trade deadline. So certainly, if you're going to sell, this is the time to do it, because you should get a lot for it, because there'll be a lot of buyers out there and not too many big time sellers.
Yeah, with that, and with it being kind of a seller's market, how difficult do you think it'll be for a team like the Mariners to acquire talent? I mean, you're going to have to dip into some key prospects. Is it going to be we grade trades, right? The winner and the loser. Is it going to be something where on the surface it feels like someone maybe overspent to acquire a guy because of all the competition to land someone here?
Probably, particularly with relievers. I mean, the Mariners could use a couple relievers, but you can say the same thing about every team in baseball could use at least one back end reliever to help out. Certainly the Mariners could use a 7th inning and 8th inning guy. So then of course the definition of what do you overspend? If you give away top prospects and get to the World Series, it's worth it. It doesn't matter, who you give up. So that's the bottom line. And I think to overspend, you got to believe your team is not only good enough to make the playoffs, but to get to the World Series. And I think that might be the case for the Mariners. Like, it's not good enough just to get to the playoffs. Not after what they did last year. It's really, World Series or bust. Particularly just being one game away from the World Series a year ago, and the American League being as bad as it is this year.
Yeah, and now with the pitchers with the Mariners have really done a really good job, and the Mariners do such a good job just developing pitchers and knowing that they have some studs in the minor leagues that will be in a Mariner uniform before you know it, but there's obviously a surplus of starters in this rotation. Have you heard anything around the league, or is there a starter or a pitcher that maybe other teams are trying to pry away from the Mariners?
I mean, certainly teams would love to have a starter. There's a lot of contenders out there that need a starter. So if the Mariners wanted to trade, Luis Castillo or someone like that, there'd be plenty of takers. Who knows? I mean, it's a little unusual, but certainly it happens. You could, the Mariners could trade a starter to another contender for a contender's, top reliever, that sort of thing. So that's very possible. But I mean, everybody's looking for pitching, and the Mariners have the abundance of it. But more starters and relievers, obviously. So this is very possible. The Mariners could end up making trades with contenders. So both teams are buying but helping each other in areas of need.
Yeah, Bob, it's the unique situation of having too much starting pitching. And the Mariners have now thrown out this piggyback at times that I know it's not common around baseball because teams don't usually have a surplus of starters. But with that in mind and kind of the evolving plan they've used with their starting rotation, do you have a sense of, I don't know if you've seen the piggyback up close or you're kind of aware of what they've been doing, but what do you think they should do moving forward with this rotation if they still have 6 pitchers after the trade deadline?
Yeah, I don't know what else you can do except for, piggyback unless you want to go to a 6-man rotation. And they certainly don't want to do that. It'd be easier to do that if you already had the playoffs wrapped up. If you had, be like the Dodgers and had a 12-game lead, you could have a guy go once a week for that matter. So I think they're going to have no choice, to piggyback and just, wait. What always happens if you trade away a starter or two, you think you have too much. Next thing you know, a couple of guys get hurt. I wish I had those starters back. So it's a great protection for injuries, and certainly, gives you depth in the, come playoff time, the pitching key innings, because come playoff time, you're usually not going, 7 or 8 innings. You're going more like, 5 innings max, and then bring in a relief help. So, they're still in a very great situation just because of that surplus.
Yeah, for sure. And with Dan Wilson leading the helm, he really is a player's manager, and I think he has done a tremendous job handling this group. What is your opinion of Dan and how he's handled this year so far?
Yeah, it's a tough thing for, managed pitching and everything else. I mean, usually you're only good as your players, and, the Mariners have a lot of underachieving players right now. So, that reflects, then you go back to manager. Well, he's underachieving because this player's underachieving. So I think a lot of times it gets overblown. Okay, it's the manager's fault. When usually it isn't. You're only as good as your players. So I think he's done, as good a job as he has since he got there. I don't think there's any heat on him if they miss the playoffs or something. I don't think that, he'll be the one to blame. And I don't think, if they win the World Series, that he gets all the credit either. It's up to the players to step up here in the second half because they've had a number of them who have, underachieved.
Bob, you have a piece out this morning on USA Today about the trade rumors for 7 potential All-Stars, headlined, of course, by Tarek Skubal. Ultimately, where do you think he ends up, and how could that swing the balance of power for whoever lands him?
I think he ends up in Atlanta. I'm not going to discount the Dodgers. I think if you're the Tigers, you want to trade them outside the league. Not that it matters. This year they're not going to sign him as a free agent. I think of all the teams, the contenders, they need him the most. I mean, the Yankees should be fine once they get Max Fried back. It'd be a luxury. For the Dodgers, you're still going to get Blake Snell back and Tyler Glasnow at some point. It's just a luxury. Where I think in Atlanta's case, is much more of a need. I'd love to see a team like the Milwaukee Brewers go for it and grab him. Give him a really tough rotation with Mizrachi and Harrison and him. But with their offensive struggles, I think they need more of a bat than anything else.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on the offense side of things. And as we look at who's available, I know there's been various players thrown out of who the Mariners could acquire from a right-handed bat standpoint. I know Taylor Ward's been thrown out. Is there anyone that, comes to mind that you think would be a really good fit for this Mariners lineup?
You got guys like, from the Angels, Joe Adell's out there. There's not a ton of guys out there. I mean, the guy that everybody wants is Wilson Contreras, who's had a marvelous year with the Red Sox, but he's just got 2 more years of control. I don't think the Red Sox give up on him, but I think he would be a prize bat. But there's just been a lack of those guys. I know the Philadelphia Phillies been looking for a bat for quite a while, and they're in the market and they're going to be very aggressive. So there's not that one magical bat out there. that same thing with the Houston Astros. People thought, okay, we can trade for Paredes or trade for shortstop Pena or Christian Walker at first base. But now the fact that the AL West has been so down, it's allowed the Astros to believe that they can win the division. So none of those guys are going anywhere now.
Yeah, it's an interesting complication now thrown into the mix with everyone in contention. Bob, I'm curious to get your thoughts on, unfortunately, a situation that's kind of looming ominously in the background. That's the labor negotiations with the CBA expiring at the end of the season. And we remember what happened after 2021. Luckily, it wasn't that long of a lockout, but it did impact spring training. Both sides seem very dug in. Do you get a sense of anything that could really get the ball rolling while the season's still going, or is this going to take that looming deadline of the CBA expiring to really get talks moving?
Yeah, it always takes a deadline, no matter if you're a student in college getting your papers done or, work at home, that sort of thing. I don't see it happening before December 1st, which is the lockout date. And, last time we had 99 days. But when the last one happened, the executive subcommittee of players, and there's 8 of them, they voted 8-0, like, okay, we're not going back to play. We're going to keep negotiating. And then went to the rank and file. And then 26 of 30 teams said, wait a minute now, we want to play.
Yeah.
And I think Major League Baseball is trying to piggyback off that and thinking, okay, let's raise this minimum, to 1.2 million, 1.25 million. Let's get a lot more money to the arbitration guys. Let's maybe lower free agency for guys who are 30 and older, that sort of thing, and try to get the young guys in middle class to say, hey, we like this. We're not going to sit out because of a lockout. So that being said, I still think spring training will be, reduced and pushed back. And I think it may take at least one missed paycheck, which would be, first, second week of April, to see who blinks. When the players say, you know what, I don't want to miss any more paychecks, or the owners say, we don't want to lose our TV money, and the players aren't going to budge, so let's do something else.
Bob, we really appreciate the time. Before we let you go here, just maybe kind of a little bit more on that. I know it's tough now. Do you have a sense, though, of an area where either side might compromise? We know the salary cap for the players is just a hard stop. They don't want it. We know the owners are dug in on wanting to put the salary cap there. Could you see some other areas where compromise might happen?
Well, I think it'd still be involving the payroll. So say, now it's obviously the money hasn't worked. The taxes, has it deterred the Mets or the Dodgers, that sort of thing. I think now it might be like, okay, you lose draft picks. Everybody loves draft picks. They know how valuable they are. What if MLB tells the players union, okay, we'll have our top teams. If you go with this certain luxury tax, you lose your first round draft pick, or you lose your first 2 rounds of draft picks. That's a stiff penalty, and we promise to raise the floor. So that could be some type of compromise. Because the big thing too is the union wants, hey, we don't want these teams not spending money just to pocket it, and it drives the big market owners crazy too. Like, okay, a team like the Pittsburgh Pirates shouldn't be making as much money as the Yankees, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and hopefully they can get a compromise or a deal worked out and not affect too many baseball games next season, but we will certainly see. Bob Nightengale, MLB insider and columnist for USA Today, has been our guest this morning. Bob, thank you. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Sure, my pleasure. Take care, guys.
All right, thanks. Great insight on the national perspective, and I know he's pretty plugged in when it comes to those negotiations. He was on the scene when they were happening back in 2021 that did lead into 2022, and Charlie, I guess I can reveal it now. This is the source and subject of our dun-dun-dun big debate coming up tomorrow, the salary cap. It's not really a debate. I think it's going to be a good discussion because now in today's society, I think you lose that respectful, passionate disagreement when it comes to any topic. But sports is meant to have differing opinions and differing outcomes that you talk through and you say, okay, I see your perspective. I want to counter with this. And we were kind of really going at it back and forth with some passionate defenses of how we feel about certain things when it comes to this discussion, the CBA talks, all off air. I mean, it was like an hour's worth of conversation in between the entirety of our show on Tuesday. I was like, all right, we got to get this out in the open, on air. Thursday's a perfect time to do it because there's no game to react to. But, Bob kind of outlined, and you're certainly well-versed in it, as a former player, as a guy who is still a big part of this, the challenges I think that will happen for both these sides to come together and say, this is our agreement, and we are satisfied enough that both sides sign it.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time, and like Bob said, I hope it doesn't go into next season, right? I think that having some negotiations and being as willing to be negotiating in good faith on both sides, right? I think initially when you get these proposals that come out, maybe they just seem one-sided, and maybe they seem a little helpful to the other side, but at the end of the day, there's got to be concessions on both sides, and if the players feel, and I know they do, they don't want to budge from the salary cap, all right, well, then, I think being able to show up at the table and say, well, what else can we negotiate, right? Like, are there other things that we can figure out ways to continue to advance the game so that the big teams, the small teams, the players, everyone involved can all reap the benefits, right? So the league and the players, no one wants this lockout, right? They want to get to a negotiation where it works. So, and knowing that, as we talked about, they're 5-year agreements. So you don't have to get it perfect. You just got to get it good for the next 5 years, and then, say, all right, well, we accomplished those goals on both sides. We still haven't gotten there where we want to be. Well, let's push it 5 years. Let's make an agreement for 5 years that let's continue the game and continue to play. And as I talked about with you, we don't want to not see Julio. We don't want to not see Shohei Ohtani. There are some incredibly amazing, one-of-a-kind baseball players right now. And I think, this looming negotiation could be, you could be looking at a lockout. And I just think no one wants it. But at the end of the day, as we talked about, and we'll get into tomorrow, the game, it's going to be hard, the game to have like replacement players, right? Like that, I just don't see that ever being a avenue that's really worth it for anyone. So I think knowing the history of how this has worked within the negotiations as a former player rep, I think continuing to think of it outside the box while, both sides can generally get what they want, right? I mean, like you said, you don't want a work stoppage. You want to see baseball next year, right?
Yeah, you know how brutal 2022 was? And that was just a couple weeks shaved off.
Mm-hmm.
That felt like the absolute worst. I remember we were all in here just desperate for any kind of morsels of something happening, and it dragged on. And, they resolved that on March 10th. So ultimately, only about 2 weeks of the season were affected. And you tacked them on at the end of the year. That felt like the most brutal, miserable thing ever.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, this is a more entrenched, dug in, bitter kind of dispute that's happening this time around. Yeah. So that's what concerns me. As Bob Nightengale said, maybe it takes a missed paycheck. It's like, all right, well, then you're dealing with potentially a delayed start of the season again, and that's no guarantee that just one missed paycheck gets the job done.
Yeah, well, and I think you look at the National League, right? He mentioned the Dodgers and the Mets that are clearly operating under, the rules, but doing it differently, right? And I think that's the general perception right now is that there is disparity among the league. But, from the player side, there isn't. I mean, you look at the Rays and you look at the Brewers, two small market teams just running it right now. So I think that's what's so difficult is that, yes, maybe it leans that way if you spend more money each year because you have the ability to buy more players, essentially buy more wins, have a better team. But it doesn't mean that the small market teams can't compete. You're seeing it right now that these teams are competing and drafting very well and developing really well. So as much as there may seem like disparity in the league when it comes to payroll, when it comes to actual performance on the field, you're seeing the small market teams can still compete with the big market teams.
Yeah, I knew you feel and have felt passionately about this because you're well versed in it from the player side. So that's why I was interested to kind of fully dive into it and pull out all the avenues of the complications that could arise. And, you have some great background info on the player's perspective that I think it's tough to understand if you haven't been there, but you laid it out well for me. Do I fully agree? Maybe not. But that's why we're going to talk about it. That's why we're going to talk about it tomorrow. So that is coming up tomorrow. But unfortunately, it's the topic that looms over this whole season. And it might affect the season as well in terms of, you're mentioning a team going for it. We weighed the calculus of, hey, the Mariners, you're going to give up a prospect to try to win now? Well, yeah, if there's uncertainty about a 2027 season or even a delayed season that could impact things. Even if you start the 2027 season a month later, who knows how that affects an entire team. So I think it further adds some urgency for this group in place right now for the Mariners when you're starting to see a team that is capable of its World Series aspirations with that pitching staff, with people getting healthy. Not us saying it. Jeff Passan literally said it yesterday when you asked him, are the Mariners still a World Series contender? Unequivocally, yes. The Yankees, the Mariners, and he kind of threw the Rays in there, almost begrudgingly for Passan, but he threw those teams in there because the Mariners have shown over these past couple of starts, Kirby when he's locked in, Woo when he's locked in, pair that with a consistent Logan Gilbert. If the offense shows consistency, look, it's not going to play well with people who are looking at this Mariners team and saying they have underachieved vastly to this point. Yeah, but they have a better core than a lot of other teams in the American League.
Yes, and they're battle-tested from the last couple of years. They've had some really difficult losses and, maybe not exactly how you want to end the season. And I think that gives you a really good sense of where you want to go, and it's extremely motivating. And you know that the Mariners are going to do everything in their power to get back there. So it's going to be a fun second half, I'll tell you that much.
It will. It will certainly be a fun second half. I think the urgency has probably now kicked into gear. We saw some signs of that. This series against the Angels so far, we have seen some traits that weren't there in the past, and I think that's a great sign moving forward because the one thing that had been lacking was consistency, even a small sample size of game-to-game consistency within a series. Mm-hmm. You had won the first game of the Pirates series. You won the first game of the Guardians series. Drop both those series. You win the first game of the Angels series. Not only do you win game 2, you look even better in the process. So all of that, one trait stood out that I want to get into about why I think it's finally starting to come to life for the Mariners. We'll get into that coming up next. It's Brock and Salk here with you. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush in for those two on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do?
The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
When you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who actually live it, because you need someone who understands the ride. It's Bob Stelton here, and for 25 years, Law Tigers has helped thousands of riders. One mission only, to serve the motorcycle community. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. That's why riders have trusted Law Tigers, because this isn't just what they do, it's who they are. They're there 24/7, 365 days a year, because riders deserve real support whenever they need it. Your case evaluation is always free, and there are no fees until your case settles. They're going to help you get your bike and your gear repaired or replaced, because they know how much those things mean to you. Law Tigers, 25 years strong and still riding with you. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Again, that's 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Cook Law Office, PLLC, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Get ready to rock. It's Hoobastank, delivering their high-energy sounds at Muckleshoot Casino Resort on Friday, July 31st at 8 p.m. Along with Eve 6. It's two incredible bands on one unforgettable night. Hoobastank and Eve 6 at Muckleshoot Casino Resort on July 31st. Get your tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Les Schwab Tires has always believed that taking care of people is the right thing to do. Today, that means more than trusted service. It means delivering real value, too. That's why we're lowering prices on hundreds of tires without changing the service and expertise you've always counted on. Consumer Reports named Les Schwab the best tire retailer for 2026. We'll keep working every day to earn your trust. See leschwab.com for details.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. Plus, get a free base with select mattress purchases. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026. From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
We've discussed some important things already today on Brock and Salk. Mike Lefko, Charlie Furbush here with you. But I don't think I've done a good enough job giving proper airtime to some of the nicknames still coming in to the Cole Young, Colt Emerson puzzle that we're still trying to figure out. Oh, by the way, did I tell you I had an opportunity to throw the CO2 nickname out there to Colt Emerson directly? I didn't want to put the pressure on him, though. Like, if he didn't like it, I kind of wanted organically to see if they had come up with something.
Okay, yep.
So after the game, I was doing post-game last night, grabbed Colt Emerson for the walk-off interview. At the end, I just kind of threw out there, and generic, you don't want to skew. You don't want to kind of skew the line of thinking. You don't want to lead the questioning one way or another. So I said, hey, do you and Cole Young have a nickname for each other? You guys are turning all these double plays. Is there a nickname you thought of? He's like, no, we don't really have anything. I was like, well, the fans, we've put it out there, us here at our station and put it out there. I was like, the fans are trying to think of something. He's like, yeah, whatever the fans come up with. So now we're trying to think of nicknames. 866-979-3776. We got one that I know you like. I don't know how it works as a nickname, but listen to this, and you have a good idea for this. 206 says, Emerson and Young, infielders at law.
It literally feels like a Mariners commercial brewing next year.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's perfect.
It's like I was trying to come up with like a tagline because, you need some sort of like tagline for that. It'd be like turning double plays and winning every case.
Yeah. We're here for you.
Yeah. Or what is this one I came up with? Every hitter deserves representation, unfortunately. Because they're up the middle,
Yeah. Yep. Okay. That one's good. I think it's kind of long for a nickname. It is a brilliant idea for a commercial. I can see it now. Back in the day, peak of Cubs fever and the Brizzo era.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Bryant and Anthony Rizzo, remember they did that Brizzo commercial? That's the exact kind of thing I'm thinking of here with Colt Emerson and Cole Young.
I mean,
play out like that.
Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't work.
Okay. They should do that. I guess I missed this earlier in the week. We apparently have a nickname. We've been doing the show for 3 days. It's enough to kind of dig in, be entrenched, have a show name here. Mike from P-Town on Monday texted in and said, Left Bush, !
Love it.
There we go. All right.
We could
Left Bush.
Or the upper left bush.
The upper left bush.
Because we're in the upper left.
Could that go as a show name? I don't know. Left Bush is not really a show name, but like the upper left bush. There you go. That's our podcast. There we go. All right. 253 says Coltrane. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, all right, keep sending those in. I like Left Bush. That's funny. Thanks, Mike from P-Town.
Yeah. I mean,
we'll see if it sticks. All right. As we kind of let that settle in for a second, the one thing I was talking about, Charlie, that we've mentioned, but it kind of deals with something they had been lacking. It's that finish, that killer instinct. You brought it up, that Cal on Sunday said, look, we need to play a full 9 innings. I think he phrased like, you can't just play for an hour or hour and a half. We have to play 3 hours or the entirety of this game. Why don't I just let him say what he was talking about? So this was Cal from Sunday, and the Mariners certainly backed it up last night with that 6th inning, then adding on more in the 7th inning. And that's what Cal was stressing, coming off a game on Sunday where they did have a lead. They let that slip away, and this was Raleigh afterwards.
Thought we did a good job early. Thought we came out with a good game plan, run some really good bats. But, we got to keep the foot on the gas. I think that's the story of the game there. Can't let off. I think, we got to play a full 9, come to the field ready to compete for 2-3 hours a day and not an hour and a half. So I think that's kind of what I saw.
So what did you see, not just yesterday maybe, but just, so far in the course of this Angels series? Did you see noticeable differences from what Cal outlined there and what the Mariners did in this Angels series so far?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that in terms of pitching and even offense, like when he talks about 9 innings and you talk about playing 27 outs, and I think there are times when you look back at certain at-bats or certain appearances from pitchers out of the bullpen where, it seems like either you're getting yourself out or not doing yourself any favors by walking guys, right? So I think that making sure that that this is of utmost importance, that you go out there and you play as hard as you can, as long as you can. And I think that when there is a lack of performance or maybe, things that we as players know that are paramount to our success and then we don't execute on those are like fundamental things that you go, we can't have lapse in judgment when it comes to our fundamentals and how we play the game and play the game the right way. So, it's great to hear from your leader that, hey, I saw something and we can do better in this department. And now you're seeing the fruits of that commentary, right? Saying, okay, well, let's go out there and play 9 innings. So I think the last couple nights you've seen them finish the game and have really, just stronger at bats throughout. Now, obviously, you may not get the result you want in every single situation, but sometimes the result isn't at the end of the day, the result is obviously what you want, but the approach is also important. And if you're taking a consistent approach, it should lead to more consistent results. But if your approach is different and you're changing that how it goes, it's going to be difficult to find that consistency.
I really liked, and I think it went under the radar because the Mariners' offense, that was the exciting headliner. That was, 13 hits, 8 runs. Then Andres Munoz not messing around, coming out there, shutting the door on 8 pitches. We have seen him at times start off a little erratic. allow a base runner, really struggle to just close the door, even if it's not a save situation. Didn't give anyone any hope in that game last night. That's the Andres Munoz you expect to see. And maybe in kind of this lower stress situation when he's coming on in a 5-run game, maybe that's what gives him some confidence moving forward. Or maybe, hey, he's fixed it because in the Red Sox game, that Sunday game against Boston, he came out there, was unhittable. So when you look at Andres Munoz, they haven't had to use him much over this past, week plus. They get back to what they do well. If they're in close games now down the stretch, that killer instinct kind of that we're highlighting, that I know Adam Jude told Bump and Stacy as well that he needed to see out of the Mariners, that goes for everyone, not just the offense, their starting pitcher. I think you get that from Andres Munoz, that goes a long way as well.
Yeah, and seeing 101 on the gun is certainly nice. And it, one of his biggest weapons is just how good he can mix the fastball and slider. And I think when he gets a little erratic, as we've seen in the past, his delivery just feels a little off, right? It just doesn't seem as consistent pitch to pitch. And you may see him fall off to the first base side, and he's always going to do that. But there's a controlled aspect to that. And if you're kind of just falling, and you've seen him sometimes almost fall to the ground and get down to one knee, and he's really trying to turn and open that front side as he comes through. And I just feel like when things are a little erratic, and with him throwing so hard, some of these pitches, if he just misses by a little bit, it can really look on the other side not even close to a good pitch. So what you're seeing is like the exact version of Munoz that you want. And his ability to throw strikes, strike one, strike two, that is a huge thing. Because when you dig yourself a hole as a pitcher, it's just harder to compete when you have to throw really, really good pitches in either down in the count or even situations. So I'm really impressed. And he's been this way for a while when he's on. He's nearly unhittable. Mm-hmm. You look at his strikeout numbers, and he is one of the best at striking guys out. So if you add that efficiency and consistency, does this not shorten the game? Certainly feels that way.
Yeah, it was a fantastic outing from Munoz in a spot where, yes, it's not a save situation. It's not like he's coming out there in a 1-run game, but to go out there business-like, lock it down, that was very encouraging to see.
Yeah, and there's consistency behind it too, right? Like as maybe it wasn't a save situation, but when as a bullpen guy, sometimes the more you pitch, the better it gets. You get more familiar with the mound, your approach, the way your body's working. And I feel like if he didn't pitch last night, and then you have the day off today, and say he doesn't pitch tomorrow, then it's like there's a gap between that outing. So in one way, you kind of want to have that outing, even if it's in a non-lever situation, just to have that consistency and muscle memory so that when you do come back out, it will work.
Emerson and Young, attorneys that ball.
Ooh.
What do you think about that one?
I've
been drawn to that. I have not paid attention to anything you've said the past 2 minutes. I've been thinking that. No, I'm just kidding. I was listening. I can multitask. No, that was good. 425. We have a ton of recommendations coming in for nicknames for not just Cole Young and Colt Emerson, but us as well. All right, we're going to have to get back to these. We'll read some of the best ones. Keep sending in your nickname recommendations, either for the show or for the middle infield combination of the CO2, the CC guys. I don't know. There are a lot coming in.
Yeah.
The C-Suite. 866-979-3776. All that and everything else you need to know coming up next. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Over the next week or two. One of the things that I'm going to be watching for is going to be slugging, but in particular, where that slug is coming from.
What am I looking for? Just winning. To me, that means that Cal has to contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Cal doesn't contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Julio doesn't look good.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
All right, summer's here at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Mike Salk here, and you can check out upcoming shows like the Pop 2000 Tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO on August 1st. If you need a laugh, comedy legend David Spade visits on August 15th, or you can relive the 80s with pop sensation Taylor Dane on September 6th. All the tickets are at snocasino.com. You can experience luxury with breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and play your favorite games. Elevate your next getaway. That's Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Bigger summer crowds deserve bigger savings. Get more out of summer at Chef Store with warehouse savings on grilling must-haves for restaurants, food trucks, and events. Plus, we're open to the public. No membership required. Visit Chef Store today.
Olympic Hot Tub's All-American Soak, Swim, and Sauna event is here. Now's the time to save thousands on a saltwater hot tub, swim spa, or sauna. With up to 3 years to pay for it, interest-free. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This summer, go electric and save big at Toyota of Kirkland. The all-new Toyota CHR delivers 338 horsepower, standard all-wheel drive, and up to 287 miles of range. Check out the Toyota BZ, the EV SUV built for the Northwest. Their expert team is ready to walk you through every feature. Take a test drive today and take that car home the same day. Visit their incredible showroom today at Toyota of Kirkland. Summer savings are happening now. ToyotaofKirkland.com.
O'Brien. A bases clearing 3-run double by Josh Naylor.
Are you planning an event this summer? Make it unforgettable at T-Mobile Park. Mariners suites and group tickets are perfect for any occasion. Fundraisers, school outings, work parties, family celebrations, and more. Enjoy customizable catering, flexible setups for 14 to 400 people, and epic game day views, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Get ahead and start planning your event today at mariners.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know Up first.
No, really, you need to know about all the great show nicknames we're getting. There's some very creative ones, Charlie. I don't know. Maybe we have something for us too, because two separate texts, the 406 and the 425, said Furco. And then 406 elaborates the Furco show. You could have Funko do a Furco Funko. And then 425 says Furco, which does sound like a knockoff Funko Pop or a discount coat shop. But two separate people come up with Furco for the name of our show.
Sounds like we got a sponsor waiting.
Perfect. The Furco Funko show. Maura, I don't know if I could read this one. Maybe I can. I mean, I think everyone knows. Has Salk talked about, Salk has a lot of hair on his body, right?
He does talk about it.
Okay. So Matt in Oregon, some great, very biting, cutting text, but I'm not the subject of this, so I'll read it. No, I love Matt's text. So Matt in Oregon says, for a show nickname, it's too bad Salk isn't in, because Furbush and Furback has a ring to it.
Oh, my gosh. He does joke about how he has a sweater.
Okay. As long as Salk had joked about it, I didn't know if I was tiptoeing into treacherous territory there. But these are great nicknames. Really nothing new to say about the Mariners. We know what Bryan Woo did. He was fantastic. 32 scoreless innings at home. That streak came to an end last night. But, yeah, what a performance by Woo, and what a way to kind of take the series here for the Mariners.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Mariners needed at the exact right time. And, as we elaborated when they came into the series on Monday against the Angels, that, as I told you on Monday, to me, and it still is, this is a sweep series. Mm-hmm. This is a series that you need to take all three games. You need to take care of business against the teams that aren't playing well and take advantage where you can. And I think the Angels just, at this point, aren't necessarily competitive. And it should be, easier than most to navigate this series, and right now they've done a great job. And like you mentioned, it starts with the starting pitching, and Bryan Woo just did a tremendous job. And we got Bryce Miller on the hill on Thursday, so should be another good outing.
Yeah, you're right. I hadn't thought about it like that. I was like, hey, you have to take the series, but you're right. This probably needs to be a sweep series. Certainly now. You've already won the first two games. Well, Angels are a mess.
Yeah, and you come back home and you go, oh, we're not in first place anymore. So you look at where you can make up ground, and this, without a doubt, within the division is a sweep series, and it couldn't have happened at kind of more an opportune time for the Mariners. And then with the Blue Jays looming and Vlad Jr. potentially being out of the lineup too, just gives you another bit of confidence knowing that, hey, we do have a little bit of a nice little path going forward, but we got to go out and execute night after night.
Yeah, Bryce Miller gets the ball in the finale tomorrow night. 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame coverage. Bullpen should also be in pretty good shape because they have the off day now. Didn't have to extend them too much last night, but the day off really resets things nicely. So it's that, and then 3 games against the Blue Jays, and then another off day for the Mariners before the final stretch, before the All-Star break takes place, and then you get the All-Star break. It's all happening right now.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
So you mentioned it, Charlie. The reason this becomes a kind of need to sweep and win both series at minimum on this homestand is because the Rangers, and they have won 6 in a row. They took 2 of 3, or they took the first 2. They play the third today against a Guardians team that just beat the Mariners. The Rangers won last night, and this despite losing Corey Seager. He was lifted while the game was happening. The game had started. Corey Seager pulled from the game in the first inning due to back discomfort. You're dealing with that uncertainty of your Texas, but right now for the Rangers, everything is kind of clicking for this team.
Yeah, they're finding ways to win, and I think that when you go on runs, as just like the Mariners did early in the year when they won 8 in a row, I think that's it's gonna be required at some point or another, whether it's 8 in a row or 10 of 11. Whatever it is, to really kind of gain ground and knowing that this division is going to be tight throughout. And you mentioned that looming series in September against the Rangers. That could be, the make or break, to the AL West. So it'll be interesting to see what the Rangers do. They've obviously, made some improvements. Their pitching is strong. But like you mentioned, Seager's hurt. They've been banged up. Is it sustainable? I don't know. But it's definitely something that I think we should all be paying attention to, how Texas handles the trade deadline.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
After a Monday of upsets in the World Cup, France, Norway, and Mexico all won last night to restore some order to the round of 16. Maybe that bodes well for tonight if a favorite like the U.S. wins, because they do take on Bosnia and Herzegovina at 5 o'clock. they will find out who they play if they win before, because Belgium and Senegal play at 1 o'clock here in Seattle. That's going to be a lot of fun. Belgium crowd has been all over the place. They've been out there. They play Senegal. The winner will then stay in Seattle. So winner Belgium-Senegal stays in Seattle for round of 16 match Monday, July 6th. We know if the U.S. wins, they will return here to Seattle, and that is going to be quite a scene. U.S. looking for its first win in the knockout round since 2002. Even the soccer haters, I think, are getting around to this one.
All the socceristas out there.
The socceristas.
Right? That's right.
I mean, it's a situation where, I don't know how you feel about this with sports, but I think for me, any sport, I will watch a championship stage of it or a deciding big event. So the NBA, I'm not going to watch the regular season. I was locked in for the playoffs. That was very exciting. Any kind of championship thing that it's make or break. You have the peak of your sport on the line. That gets me. I'll watch
say that. You know, when the Sonics come back, you're going to watch regular season.
Yeah, but right now I have no reason to watch the NBA.
Okay,
so I won't watch any of the regular season. But still, not having watched any of the regular season, I tune in for the playoffs. So that's like the soccer mindset here.
I guess, you know.
MLS, World Cup. Yeah.
Anytime you can, you know, watch your country compete against other countries like the Olympics and the World Cup, it is so fun and unifying, right? You can't help but be gravitated towards the success of teams, and you know, look at the history of some of the successful UF teams across all sports, right? I think it is a fun thing to ride and go on the journey with them. So I think in one way, shape, or form, especially hearing how Twellman feels about the team, is like they got a chance to, you know, maybe get an early goal tonight, take the lead, come back to Seattle. I mean, you're looking at a team that could go as far as any USA team has ever been. So I'm as hopeful as I can be with this team, but I know it's going to be a challenge because there are a lot of good soccer teams out there.
That is everything you need to know. We're getting a lot of creative recommendations for not just Cole Young and Colt Emerson nicknames, but other businesses they could go into, other lines of work. Maybe don't do that right now, but hey, after your playing career is done. So the law firm, we love that idea, commercial potential there. How about this one? 435 Emerson and Young, your diamond advocates. Ooh, that plays both ways there.
That's pretty clever.
Yeah, I could see them running like a jewelry business. All baseball shaped and themed jewelry.
That's
from
right.
your diamond advocates, Emerson and Young. Yeah, the commercial, it writes itself there. Think about all the commercials you see. That's the built-in, tried and true. That's going to work. That's a commercial right there. 307 says Mora and the Left Bush Show. 206. I like this one. Caffeinated Salk and Diet Brock. That's for us. There we go. That one's good.
There's some creativeness.
Yeah, our texters in the afternoon, they're dumb. They're idiots. These texters are smart. Maybe it's something about the morning. Get it flowing. So
you know, I think it's hard to just be really mean right out the gate when you wake up. So maybe there's a little more gentleness going on. But you know, afternoon, man, they're coming.
You've had the whole day, you get all frustrated and grumpy. So no, those are great. Keep them flowing in. Whatever nickname you want to come up with for anything. We're soliciting nicknames for Cole Young and Colt Emerson, or us here, Charlie, myself, for the show, and Mora as well. Lump us all in together. We're going to come back and dive into what the Mariners could do at the trade deadline, and also what they could do that would not go over well. There's one move that has been thrown out there. I already know it will be extremely unpopular, but it's a move that might be needed. We'll dive into that up next. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports app.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over there at People Come First Construction Group. You know I love my acronyms, PCF. They designed and built our outdoor living space for Molly and I, and we just loved it. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get started on your new dream deck. with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. That means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. You know, most people who start with a design package end up with the exact outdoor space they've always wanted and dreamed of. This offer is your first step. Do what we did and contact PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse amazing photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space your favorite place. Let people come first.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king. With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge. He wants more, he's got to have more. More bedtime true crime. More podcasts in the shower. Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More. Fast internet speed. He's got the geeks to go big. Bring him the game right now. And his royal we. More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Les Schwab Tires has been proudly serving communities for over 70 years, and we've collected thousands of inspiring stories. Like Kate, who was off on a long road trip with her best friend when the dash lit up like a game show. They find the nearest Les Schwab. Turns out they really needed an oil change. It was done in a flash. Road trip saved. At Les Schwab, we're proud to keep you rolling. Les Schwab Tires. Our greatest story is yours. Stories are composites inspired by real customer feedback.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Furco here with you. I'm testing it out, seeing how it goes. I don't know.
How did it feel?
Nah, I don't know. It's just, new. Sometimes new. You got to get used to. You got to get comfortable.
I didn't feel like you believed it.
Yeah, that's totally
I did
questionable.
Not. You're right. I didn't sell it.
You should have been welcome back to the Furco Show.
There you go.
I mean,
okay, I can roll with that.
That sounded a little more
all right,
enthusiastic.
I will practice saying some of these, and tomorrow we open the show. Boom. One of them's coming out with feeling, with force, and that's going to be the show name for our final show this week, tomorrow. I've promoted a ton tomorrow, so basically we have to deliver because tomorrow's going to be a big show. We have a lot happening tomorrow, so tune in for all of that. Maura, I love this text that we just got because it works on two levels. Speaking of show nicknames, Maura and the Morans 2.0.
Oh, my gosh.
So on the afternoon show, we call our listeners morons, and then one person texted in, they misspelled moron, so it became Morans. Now we call them Morans. So I think this person's implying that like Dave and Bob are the Morans, and Maura used to work with them.
Okay.
So boom, here we are. We are the Morans now, and Maura's back with us. More on the Morans 2.0.
It's probably the most accurate description of us.
It's. I don't know if I like it the best, but it's the most accurate.
My brother used to, like my little brother growing up, used to like to do a play on my name and just call me moron.
Oh, there you go. Right to the point there. Maura?
Did you have any good comebacks for your brother?
I just...
You had no comebacks?
We argued a lot when we were young.
Okay.
We're good now.
Okay. Man, I never realized that. Your name is very easy to make into moron.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Tough childhood memories there. Okay. No, moving on. If that was popular, how about this? So Brent Stecker, our head of our website, oversees all of our writers and all the content that is on the written word that goes up there. He threw out a theory about a person that could potentially help the Mariners because we're trying to find ways to improve this offense. They need a right-handed bat. From the guys we've talked to, and we know, you look at the standings, there aren't going to be a lot of teams that are selling. Everyone is going to be still contemplating or thinking they're in it or not necessarily offloading pieces because of how compact everyone is together in the AL West and the American League. So if you don't have a lot of options, what about a guy that is, yes, past his prime, but still dangerous in select parts here and there? You plop him in certain situations. I know I'm not selling it very well because I don't think it would go over well. And it also would be a move primarily, I think, just to give you a boost like late season and in the playoffs. So on our website, we have an article talking about the Mariners and if they could potentially look at George Springer. Just hearing that name, what's the immediate, and there's always a visceral reaction with any former Astro, especially one that was part of that 2017 team. George Springer is older. I know that. I mean, there's no lying. He is. He's not in his prime. He's nowhere close to his prime. And he's not having a great season, but he's a playoff gamer. I mean, this guy performs in the playoffs, certainly last year. And that's kind of the painful part as well, is that the Mariners saw firsthand how good he can be in the playoffs. What would you think about a 36-year-old George Springer, knowing that you could probably get him pretty cheap? It wouldn't be your only move, but what if you get George Springer in addition to another bat at the trade deadline? Could you see any benefits to bringing in a guy like Springer?
I mean, yes. I think there is, the history of big moments. Obviously, the home run he hit off Pizarro last year. I think there are some things to not like. There are things to like, but where he fits inside this roster and clubhouse is really the question. I think the performance and what he has on paper is what it is, and obviously now knowing that he's been DHing primarily these last few games, and like you said, older, not playing as well. Is the addition to the lineup that much better with him in it. You know, like I think there's the clutch factor, there's that side of things, but I don't know. I don't know if that would be a big difference maker.
Would you want him or Taylor Ward? You put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a way I would take Taylor Ward right now. I think the aging player of George Springer and the fact that he's DHing and yeah, I mean, I say this now, but you know, if in 3 weeks from now, Springer turns it around and it becomes maybe available, then maybe I switch tunes there. But neither of those players to me is that big of an impact back right now.
Neither Ward.
Yeah, I don't think he is anything special, let's say.
Yeah, the challenge is going to be who can you actually bring in that's an impact bat, because the cost is going to be pretty prohibitive. The prospect cost is going to be pretty prohibitive. Maybe even a team might want someone off your current roster. So if we're talking about a legitimate impact bat, let's just throw out a name, Seiya Suzuki. You know, we could throw out any name, but that's a name we see floating around. Everyone's going to have the same names in mind. So I do appreciate Brent kind of putting an alternate idea out there, because, you know, we could just pick any hitter off of any roster and say, well, look, let's get in that guy. And maybe that's the guy who does come here. But if a Seiya Suzuki, who is in the final year of a contract, that might be the most prized bat on the market. What if the Cubs are asking for a current player off this roster? Is that a hard no, or do you have to consider that?
I think you consider it all, right? And believe me, I think I'm more in the camp of it's okay to get rid of prospects. You know, I think trying to think that you just have all these prospects looming and they're all going to make it and they're all going to be superstars, that's not accurate. That's not the case. So I think there are certain prospects for sure you want to see develop and you think they're going to be the future of your organization. But I think when you look at how this current roster is built and the people that are in the minor leagues and who's available, that, you know, yeah, maybe the price is steep, and maybe Suzuki is a bad example because he's essentially a rental player, right?
No, but it might cost that. That's the trade deadline. That's the problem.
No,
You're going to have to really overpay.
Right. Well, that's in the way that I look at it is you're overpaying in theory of a prospect being so good that the trade looks bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in turn, you get a return on your investment immediately. So what you're trying to accomplish this year in one way should be arguably more important than 2 years from now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, absolutely. So what if I threw this out here?
Throw it out here.
Because the Cubs desperately need pitching. They're in the playoff race. They're not unloading Seiya Suzuki, who has been a key hitter for them, for nothing. They don't want prospects. They want prospects, sure, but they want someone off your big league roster. If the Cubs said, we want one prospect and Emerson Hancock, a controllable pitcher for a number of years who is having a great season, as you mentioned, who can be a key piece for their playoff run, do you say, yes, we'll get Suzuki for Hancock and one of your prospects? It isn't your top prospect. Maybe it's like a Michael Arroyo, but it's a prospect that's good, but it's also, more importantly, going to impact your major league roster and a key part of your rotation. Hancock and a prospect for Seiya Suzuki, or just insert the best bat available on the market.
If you're going to go down that path and you're willing to let go of Emerson Hancock for Suzuki and a prospect, you would need to get one of their higher end prospects in return.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, it can't just be straight up. Like, I'm going to give a prospect and Hancock for
you're
Suzuki.
Fine, but because it's a seller's market.
Well, I know, but that's a huge amount to give up, right? So I think that you would have to get another prospect in return. That's it. Like, you could make that deal on paper, but when you look at like the top 10 prospects and where these guys are at, whether they're in rookie ball, AA, AAA, like, which player fits the best mold, and trying to match up. Like, if you're going to grab one of our prospects, then we're going to take one of yours, and we'll happily do that switch right now because we have the depth, we have the, you know, starting pitchers in AA that will eventually be here, and maybe that Suzuki, in theory, it could be anyone, would be that right-handed impact back that the Mariners need. So when you look at the return on your investment, yeah, there's two ways to look at it. Are you looking long-term? Or are you looking short-term? And right now, I think knowing the window is open in the AOS and the American League, you have to look short-term. So because you're always looking long-term. You know, they're always trying to play the value game and get guys under team control But you've done this now for how many years? Jerry and Justin have been in charge, and they've seen how this has gone over year over year over year. And I think when you look at what happened last year and the acquisitions you made, I think it's worth going into that prospect world and saying that maybe we do deal from that to get players that are big league ready. And you mentioned Suzuki, but why aren't we looking at guys that maybe we can target that will be here beyond just this year? I think a guy like Matt Chapman has been thrown out, right? And I think there are other guys that are in this league that you may be willing to go get that return on your investment now to help your team get to the place where they've never been.
Well, I will say this. The Mariners, when they've brought guys in like that, they have done well signing them, like a Luis Castillo or a Josh Naylor. So something about this organization does speak to people. If you know and you get a sense in talking, maybe you parse it out. And again, Suzuki is the placeholder. It's insert key right-handed bat. The Mariners need to upgrade. If you get the sense that a guy will sign with you after this year and can help you down this stretch run, that we've talked about it, it's not just 2 months of the season, it's 3 months. You're talking about 3 months. You have to build in that whole month of October. Right. That's the playoffs now. So 3 months of a guy on an expiring contract and then the potential to sign him, it would be painful, but I would say, yes, we'll trade you a starter. And I think Emerson Hancock might be one of the more appealing ones that they're willing to trade because he has so many controllable years behind him. And that's the issue with that. But if you're going to trade Emerson Hancock for a bat where you desperately need a right-handed bat, lefty starters seem to be the kryptonite for the Mariners. You might have to do that.
Yeah, everything's, under consideration right now. I think that's where it's at, right? I think they're, aside from Anderson and Sloan, let's say, everyone else I think is on the table and trying to get to a point where you as an organization feel like the moves you are making will impact this team now and over the next 3 months. Like that's the lens I think you look through and say, okay, well, we know what we are capable of, and this lineup and this team is built for the playoffs. So what other piece of the puzzle are we missing, and can we go get that? Are we willing to sacrifice our own farm system in one way, like sacrifice the rankings, the perception of how good you are to improve the big league club? Yeah, I think you got to do it, man. I think you got to look at it and say, we were so close last year, and everyone in this entire region wants the Mariners to get to the World Series because I think once you get there, there's a really good chance the Mariners can win it. So it would be something so remarkably amazing, and I think it would continue, and believe me, the Seahawks fans are amazing, but when the Mariners fans come out and they fill up T-Mobile, it is something special. We felt it last year from the get-go, those Tigers games at home. It was just bonkers. So I just think continuing to have that experience and strive for greatness, if there's a way to improve the roster to get there and actually have the pieces of the puzzle to make it, it feels like, as Nightengale said, that since everything's wide open, at some point you just got to push your chips in and say go for it.
And this might be the year because you do have the luxury of Cade Anderson just waiting down there. How often are you going to have that? That could mitigate the loss a little bit. It would really stink to lose a starting pitcher. We've got to know all these guys. They're all great human beings. They're all great pitchers as well. Any one of these guys interchangeably could be your ace at any given moment this year. We talked about that. Emerson Hancock is having a year that warranted the Mariners changing their entire pitching plan. But if you were to get rid of him, you think and you hope that Cade Anderson at some point offsets that loss. Not every team could do that. So that could add another factor for why, if the Mariners have to include a starter, and this is, again, just one scenario in what are numerous alternate universes and timelines and scenarios that will be vetted and discussed and sorted through maybe up until the trade deadline before we finally see something happen.
Right. And knowing what I said before is the Mariners draft and develop so well with the upcoming draft on July 11th, they are now going to replenish some of these guys in the farm system. And the Mariners have the 24th overall pick, another first rounder coming into the system. I would imagine they're going to target the perfect guy to fill that spot. And I just think they do such a good job of getting the right players under the organization and developing them so well that it feels like maybe you take a hit to your prospect world now. Well, you just replenished a bunch. So who knows that a guy you drafted in the 7th round is way better than it appears because you see value in what he brings. I think the Mariners do such a good job of finding value in players in those lower rounds. So it's gonna be fun to watch, and I'm really hopeful that the Mariners make a move to kind of cement this roster.
The one consensus on our text line: no to George Springer. That was easy to predict.
Yeah.
Yes, that was not a popular idea.
Yeah,
I knew it would be. You bring him in though for the playoffs. He's a pretty clutch playoff performer. But yeah, that's not going to go. But
it's how he fits in the clubhouse too, right? It's not just
the clubhouse might be fine with him. The fans might not be, but people like George Springer as a person. He's a fine person.
I guess.
Yeah. We'll never know. That's not going to happen. It's a fun scenario. I like that Brent brought it up because it is a kind of a fun talking point there. Now our texters would argue that idea is a trash take, but we actually have some good ones. So we're going to get to our trash takes here.
Get it together. Don't look like trash.
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh. I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
Charlie. Oh, wait, he doesn't have the hat.
Before we get to it, just a little quick Kraken news here. Their unrestricted free agent forward, Jaden Schwartz, has signed a 3-year deal with the Colorado Avalanche.
Ooh, an original member.
He will be
gone.
departing.
He gone.
Man. And the Kraken become even more faceless.
And the guy from the Stars, Jason Robertson, who declined the Kraken's trade and sign offer last week, has now been traded to the Penguins.
Oh, he was traded. Okay. Enjoy Pittsburgh, buddy. Cool. All right. I don't know. Yay. Cool. All right. Well, Jason Robertson. Maybe he's our trash take. So, Maura, we forgot to give Charlie the hat. I'm sorry. You're not the official trash master or whatever, but what was the title? What's the title you bestowed upon
Trash
Charlie?
Master. Oh, yeah, I didn't give you the hat. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's all right. We'll hold it up or something. Afterwards, we'll give you that hat. So, Charlie, you're in charge.
I own
away.
the trash.
You own the trash. So, who do you want to go first with your judgment of me or Maura? We found some trash takes here. We're going to make our case for you to deem our trash take the winner.
I've had enough of you all morning, so
Okay.
let's go to Maura, all right?
Okay.
Can't argue with that logic.
I wasn't sure if we were going to get to this during the show, but we didn't, so I'm using it as my trash take. MLB Network did a segment yesterday where they had Ryan Dempster and Kevin Millar rank the top 3 teams in the AL West, and this was how Kevin Millar had it.
And you look up there, you're like, okay, Texas just got over 500. Everybody was waiting for Seattle to take this over. I don't know why they haven't taken this over. I still don't know why they haven't, because every time I watch Seattle pitch, they're amazing. The Astros, we got Brown back. We've got Josh Hader back. Their ERA's been terrible, but now you start seeing this little twist, and you're like, okay, great. What are we doing? I'm never going against Jim Crane, this Astros. They have set a stone. They have a set of stones that they've set down in H-Town. Well, I'm just it's proof's in the pudding. But I'll tell you right now, Seattle has to be better. They have to be better. They really do. They're so good, and for some reason it's like they're just kind of sitting here playing.
So you are putting Astros number 1?
Astros 1.
Okay.
Rangers 2. Seattle 3.
Wow.
I agree with them that Seattle has to be better and more consistent, but they reiterated after the segment, that's how you see the season finishing. And he said, yes, Astros first, Rangers second, Mariners third.
Well, I don't want to bury the headline for people watching. Or if you can get to a computer, a phone, a tablet, anywhere that you can watch the stream on Seattle Sports or the Seattle Sports YouTube page, Charlie Furbush is rocking the Salk trash hat. So this was homemade. I didn't realize
we had a listener
this.
send this in.
This is impressive.
It works way better for you than Salk.
Oh, and Salk refuses to wear it?
Yeah, well, and it just kind of I don't know, it somehow covers his whole face. He looks like he's traveling.
So Charlie is rocking this well. I mean, this fits surprisingly well. I was in awe when you brought this in, Maura. Charlie plopped it on his head, and it's like you were meant to wear this. Must be a trash man thing.
It must be.
Your trash background.
That's right. That's right. The hat knew that I used to be in the industry.
Literally, yeah. If you missed that earlier, Charlie told a story about growing up working as a guy who would take care of the trash.
Yeah.
And now this hat is yours, I guess. Right? There you go.
Yeah.
Never take it off. All right. Did you get Maura's point there? I kind of interrupted. I didn't want her to win, but you got the full impact of that there?
I was watching that, Maura.
Oh, okay.
And I couldn't believe it. What a trash take from Millar, And Dempster called him out, too. It was like, you only like it because the playoffs are going to be in Texas and you got to drive 3 hours,
Yeah.
you know? And it was just like, oh, come on. But I mean, I think it's a big trash take, Millar. It's like you give the rotation all this love and then you put them in third place. Dude, get out of here.
All right, I'm a little worried about mine now. Way to play the player there, more. We were talking about
How'd I do?
You
First
sometimes
round,
play the
was that-
player, not the game. No, you got to hear both and decide.
Oh, I get to pick which one is more trash.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is Emmanuel Acho, who is prone to just random ramblings. Caitlin Clark, the discussion around her has just gotten absurd. People are so extreme one way or another about anything involving Caitlin Clark. I mean, she's just a basketball player. Let her play basketball. But Emmanuel Acho wants her out of the league, doesn't want her in the WNBA.
The W at this junction in time would be better without Caitlin Clark because she is a bigger distraction than she is an additive. Caitlin Clark has gotten the WNBA over the necessary threshold they needed. Now people are watching. Now we realize, there's talent in the W. Talent that's actually even greater than Caitlin Clark. And I'm not just talking about bigs like Asia. I'm talking about the Olivia Miles. I'm talking about the Paige Beckers. Hell, I'm talking about the Kelsey Mitchells. Caitlin got the necessary eyes there. But now that the eyes are there, we don't necessarily need her anymore. Caitlin did what only Caitlin could do, and we don't necessarily need her to do anymore. Thank you, Caitlin. We can take it from here. Now you're saying that the WNBA needs to be cognizant of where they put Caitlin Clark on posters. The WNBA and the officials need to alter the rules for Caitlin Clark. The WNBA and opposing players need to treat Caitlin Clark more gently. Caitlin Clark's coach needs to be cognizant of how she talks to her in public because it's going to look like there's an issue. Unless we can take off our gloves for Caitlin Clark and stop trying to act like she's a messiah, the WNBA could and would be better off without Caitlin Clark, at least without this version of everybody coddling and caressing and catering to Caitlin Clark.
I mean, I feel like I have to say a Dwight Schrute quote.
Yeah, go for it.
You know, it's like whenever I'm about to do something, I think, would an idiot do that thing? I would not do that thing. Without a doubt, that is the dumbest.
Let's go.
That is the trashier take from Lefko. Like,
how is
what?
it coddling or special treatment to put
he
someone
wants
who
to-
you just said like
One of the dumbest things I've ever
brought
heard.
so many eyes to your league on a poster with all of the stars? Like it's actually odd to not do that.
I
You
know.
went out of your
Speechless.
way.
Yeah.
There's zero logic in kicking her
Yes.
out of the league. Like, what an idiot. Like, that
I
is
love it.
one of the most idiotic takes I've ever heard. So,
Yeah.
sorry, Mora. Mike wins.
No,
Yeah, Billy Madison, that I award you no points. And
I mean, yeah, and it just kept going. I was like, dude, stop right
Has
now.
Some of the discourse around her sometimes gotten out of hand, yes, but that means she shouldn't be able to play anymore.
Yeah,
I'm so happy I won. But yeah, that absurdly bad. One of the worst things I've ever heard. Charlie, you did great.
Yeah,
I think you got the trash take.
Yeah,
you
come
got
on.
the hat.
Don't put the women down.
I
man.
know.
Come on.
She's a star. You need stars in your league.
Absolutely.
We could go on. We can't though. We have to
Can't
turn
say
it over to
someone's
Bump
a
and
big enough
Stacey.
star that they like doubled your viewing audience.
I
and then be
know.
like, now that you did that, we
Hey,
don't need you.
We have a
anymore.
topic for tomorrow too. Big show tomorrow. We're talking about everything
go.
tomorrow. All right, we're out of here.
Good
Bump and
job,
Stacey
Lefko.
up next on Seattle Sports.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bump and Stacey.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, slaying like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacey next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
This summer, go electric and save big at Toyota of Kirkland. The all-new Toyota CHR delivers 338 horsepower, standard all-wheel drive, and up to 287 miles of range. Check out the Toyota BZ, the EV SUV built for the Northwest. Their expert team is ready to walk you through every feature. Take a test drive today and take that car home the same day. Visit their incredible showroom today at Toyota of Kirkland. Summer savings are happening now. ToyotaofKirkland.com.
Les Schwab Tires has always believed that taking care of people is the right thing to do. Today, that means more than trusted service. It means delivering real value, too. That's why we're lowering prices on hundreds of tires without changing the service and expertise you've always counted on. Consumer Reports named Les Schwab the best tire retailer for 2026. We'll keep working every day to earn your trust. See leschwab.com for details.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I've trained Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for a very long time, so I know injuries happen. But when Emma tore her ACL on the mat, it was bad.
I typically have a pretty high pain tolerance. I gave birth 6 times with no pain meds at all, but this felt like a 10 or 20, really.
She was evaluated by an orthopedic surgeon.
He also told me that surgery was the only thing that I could do.
Instead, she came to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy, the most experienced in the Northwest with over 20,000 stem cell procedures.
I can do everything normally. I train, I spar.
Pain level at a 0?
Yes.
So you recommend it?
Yes, actually, I asked him if it was okay for me to take copies of his pamphlet, so as soon as somebody gets injured, I can just hand them a copy.
So whether it's a hip like I had or a shoulder, elbow, ankle, wrist, knee, whatever it is, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Looking for a pre-owned Toyota you can actually count on? Then you need to take a trip to Toyota of Renton. Each vehicle passes a rigorous 160-point inspection, so you drive off with confidence. Plus, their service center has factory-certified techs and genuine Toyota parts to keep you running strong. Come meet the incredible team, ask questions, and take a test drive in their variety of dependable, certified, pre-owned inventory. See them in person at Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's